So the chat is there. Okay, put it so I can see it. You see, I don't see it. Shut up. Don't put that. I don't believe it. I know there's a way to do it though. It does sound like a good version. Wait, can you hear this on your laptop though? You turned the volume off? Check. Let me hear it to make sure the mic's on. Yeah, okay, go on. Take it. You don't want to come up here? Bring the chair over here. I don't know how to get the live chat on this software. Sorry guys, this is the first time I've ever done a live stream, so I'm so confused on things right now. Yeah, I know. This music is ridiculous. Hold on. Maybe I'll play some better music. Shut up. That's MSNBC. Let's go to YouTube and put some chill music.
Why?
Why not?
Just put another station that's covering the election. There has to be more. Okay. Right here, live now from Fox. Should we watch from Fox since that's the Republicans?
If you want.
I just want to hear what they're saying.
I put some lo-fi music. Maybe this might be too chill. This might be too chill. Okay, one sec, guys.
Look at this chat, babe. Look at the chat.
Obviously, it's gonna be 100%. Where is it?
Just put live now from Fox. You want to open up a new tab?
No, hold on. Fox News. Here we go.
Is that live now?
Oh no, this isn't live. God damn it.
Oh,
Oh,
live now.
live election results. This? Yeah, this is live.
No, it literally, the channel is called Live Now.
Okay, hold on.
Forget about it.
I'm going. Live now from Fox. That one.
Yeah, the one I said 3 times already.
Oh, live. Did I just click the live? Oh yeah.
From day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across the state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be and what it should be, driven by the people, not the party bosses, and focused on the issues that actually matter to families all across Maryland. From day one, this was the only campaign in America that reached out to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, because that's what it's going to take to solve the serious problems we face. Americans today are thoroughly convinced that we're hopelessly divided, that Washington is completely dysfunctional, and that our entire political system is fundamentally broken. The voices of the exhausted majority are ignored in deference to the demands of the loudest and angriest few who seem hell-bent on tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again, because there really is far more that unites us than divides us. While tonight did not bring the outcome we had hoped for, we can all hold our heads high. I can tell you, we left it all on the field, and I'm so damn proud of the effort. Thank you all.
We're trying to be neutral here, okay? We're watching Fox. We're watching Fox.
Thank you.
All right, there's Larry Hogan, former Maryland governor there, trying his hand at Senate politics, coming up short there in Maryland, losing to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks. Of course, Alsobrooks currently is an executive with Prince George's County there. And the seat stays blue. This is Ben Cardin's seat, a longtime Democratic incumbent there. Ben Cardin opting not to seek re-election in Maryland. In the meantime here, we do want to get in some more race calls that we have right now as well. Let's move from Maryland to Massachusetts here, staying in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren fending off this Republican challenger in John Deaton. About 25% of estimated votes counted right now. The Associated Press calling the race there for Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic incumbent. She gets another 6 years in the upper chamber. In the meantime here on the presidential contest, on that level, we do have a race call. Remember, these states out west, Utah, Montana, Arizona, Nevada, polls just closed there 10 minutes ago, and we just got a quick race call there in Utah. Take a look at this. The Associated Press projecting Donald Trump will win Utah's 6 electoral votes there right now. Okay, let's stay out west right now. Let's move from Utah to Colorado there. Take a look at this. Colorado being called for Vice President Kamala Harris. You see there over Trump. 48% of estimated votes counted. Harris getting Colorado there. And you see that margin, 56 to 42, Colorado trending blue in the last, really, 3 cycles, if you think about it. So in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, more experts, more analysts, more reporters, more results, more race calls. Yes, it's still early. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Lock him down. Stiff grin. You gotta come over here.
I'm trying, but you're taking all the stage.
Maybe I feel like this.
Locked into that. I think it's fine.
Let me see without it.
It's fine.
Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright, I had to turn that music off.
Do you want to do a shameless plug and play your music on top?
I know.
I'm kidding.
Can you make sure? Make sure that you can hear over here. No, here. Turn it on.
Testing, testing. Well,
Alright, I had to turn that music on.
we're like delayed.
I don't even know. Let's see. The music that they have on there is so annoying.
Bro, just go back to the other channel we were watching.
Which one? Dude, I don't know how Ted Cruz is still in there in Texas. He's horrible. I'll put this.
Why don't you put the channel we were watching before this one? The MSNBC.
Can you hear the music on there?
Yeah. On here.
No, I'm not on here. Which one? Dude, I don't know how
So
Ted
behind.
Cruz is still in there in Texas. He's horrible. I'll put this.
MSNBC.
Can you hear the music on there?
Yeah. On here.
No, I'm not on here.
It's fucked up.
No, so you can't. No, I think you need to put the. Oh. I think the capture has to be on for it. Sorry, guys. We're still learning how to do live. This is the first time we've ever done live.
That should just be the name of the video. Our first live, don't click us.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably update it, to be honest. I could just put this in the background. I think the capture has to be on for it. Sorry, guys. We're still learning how to do live. This is the first time we've ever done live. Yeah, this is better on. Whoa.
Okay, let me see the map.
Now you hear it. Yeah, it does have to be on. Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, put MSN. I want to see what they're saying.
This music might be too chill for y'all. We might be transcending you into a new consciousness. All right, let me change this. What do you want me to put back? MSNBC? We're gonna go BBC.
I like double.
This music might be too chill for y'all. We might be transcending you into a new consciousness. All right, let me change
While
this.
you run up the score in the suburban areas. And she is doing that. She's holding where Joe Biden was in 2024. If I show you Fulton County, see, she's pretty much more or less in the same place. And in Rockdale, I can tell you she's a little bit ahead with 93% of the vote counted. And it's a similar story, actually. If you go to North Carolina, Nash County was one of 10 across the 7 battleground states that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020. So it's a good bellwether. But you see, she is behind him there. This was the picture in 2020. So there's 1,000 votes difference there. And yet, if you were to go back
Yeah, a little bit.
to Wake County with 70% of the vote counted here, let me just put that in there for you. There you go, 63.9, 76.4% counted. You show that, you see, she's doing quite well in those suburban and metro areas. So if we just go to Pennsylvania again, you see it in Scranton area around Lackawanna, 95% of the vote counted. She is, what is she there? She's 3 points ahead of Donald Trump. If I was to show you 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost
Let's look at this map.
Pennsylvania, it is
Is that real time? Or no?
what you see is the same sort of margin. So she's not
kind
doing
of.
as well as Joe Biden. And she probably knew that,
So they're
to be
counting
honest. She
Wisconsin
probably knew
right
that
now.
she wasn't going to be
I thought they
doing
already- I thought she already
what
got Iowa.
Joe Biden did to win the White House back in 2020. She knew the game, that she had to get more out of places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. None of these states can be predicted, but I think it's becoming more predictable how each of these candidates will win.
Let me.
Okay, Christian, thanks for that. We'll be back over
Refresh
to you in another little while. All right, let's check in now on the state of Ohio, not actually a swing state, but still we want to check in there and speak to Republican Frank LaRose. He is the Secretary of State in Ohio. Great to have you on our program tonight. Just first of all, we know that polls closed a few hours ago there in Ohio, but tell us how vote counting has been going and just how the process of voting went today in Ohio.
Head-to-head in Wisconsin.
Well, today was a very smooth election because of the 35,000 hardworking elections officials. Really, everything went quite well in Ohio. The polls closed right on time at 7:30. We are well past 60% reported, and it's been a really good night for Republicans so far in Ohio, it appears. But, of course, we've got more votes to count yet.
Of course, our home to the Republican vice presidential pick, the senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, has his name on the ticket, do you think, made a difference to turnout?
I think it has. JD's the hometown guy. Ohio's very excited to see him become the next vice president of the United States, and I think that has helped boost Republicans around the state as well. Of course, we've got a very strong candidate here who's currently leading, and that's Bernie Moreno. And not be talking about, but we are here at the Republican headquarters tonight.
Wait,
and
you guys, wherever you're at, is BBC? I know it's a UK, it's global, I'm pretty sure, but is it biased to like a conservative side? Because I have no idea.
In a Midwestern state, we used to talk about it as a purple state, but now it's reliably Republican. What do you think it can tell us about how we might see some of the other Midwestern
BBC?
states go tonight?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I think Ohio's a tale where there's a lot of people that didn't necessarily leave the Democrats left them. And places like where I grew up in the Akron area, some of these big urban areas around Ohio that had this industrial heritage for many generations, places like the Mahoning Valley and Youngstown, people that have been reliable Democratic voters for years just don't buy the line that the Democrats are selling, and so they've been coming over to the common sense conservative policies of people like Donald Trump and Bernie Moreno.
They're definitely leaning right.
Yeah. International stage earlier this year when the very same senator, J.
Oh, let me see. About. All right, let me see. I'm gonna put something else. It's so hard. Let's go with Associated Press to me is one of the least biased. So let me see.
Could you just open a new tab?
AP. Oh yeah, that's a good call. So I can switch over. AP Live. Huh? What'd you say to me? No, it's PBS. Associated Press.
Are they even airing it?
Yeah, they are. Okay. Well, that looks fun. It's just that I think they just pop in and out every now and then.
This is probably like a commercial break, so they're just airing cameras.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, come on. How many electoral votes are in Wisconsin?
So 198 to 109. Let me see if you guys can see it over here. 198, 109.
I mean, the majority of the blue states, they haven't even counted yet or finished.
Damn, so we got what? There's I don't think I need this, to be honest. I think we're fine without the headphones. Sorry guys, we're learning along with you all right now because I've never live streamed. So I don't know if hearing it on the speakers is gonna mess anything up, so that's what I'm gonna test out. This is so exciting. All right. Whoever's watching, who do you guys want to win? You guys don't even care. It's not going to affect you. But yeah. It's more probably of just entertainment for you guys.
Entertainment for us too.
It is yeah.
Until shit gets real.
Yeah, 100%.
You should go get your drinks since you're...
Yeah, actually, since it's commercial break, Linda's going to entertain you guys.
Definitely not for you. This is Associated
They just pop in every now and then. Wait, jump, move into the
I
camera.
want to hear what these hooligans are about to say. Jump in real quick. Max, do you want to take his place? Or not? You gotta leave me on the most boring station. That's what I'm saying. I know it'll affect you guys. I don't know what Brian's thinking. Gosh. Damn it. Trump's gonna take Wisconsin. And that is a swing state. Oh. Is this what it feels like to be in charge? How do you get to the other? No, sorry guys. Holy shit, I don't know what I did. This is what happens when you leave me with a computer for more than 5 minutes. Hey, I did something. I don't want this channel though. This channel's ass. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, just. What did you do?
I don't know. Fix me.
Hold on.
Oh wait, no. I think I got it.
Yeah, you just gotta place it right there. And then
Yeah,
pull that. When it gets red, then pull that.
Yeah, but now it's being giganto. I don't like this.
Pull the bottom. On the right. Go to the right. Right there where the little dot is.
Okay, this one?
No, where the dot is in the middle. Yeah, that. Pull that down.
Yeah, but it's so zoomed in now. Please fix it.
What you do?
So what happens when you leave me alone for 5 minutes? I'll hold this while you figure it out. I don't want to listen to Associated Press, or lack of, if you will.
Hold on.
It smells like gas.
Yeah, it's not that good. It's whatever though.
What did you put in there?
Wait, did you turn this off? What did you do?
I don't know what I did. Ew. Did you put gin in here?
No. Damn. You fucking.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't even know. 1920 full screen window. I don't know what you did there.
Maybe it was just a bad, I don't know. Fucked it up.
Why is it? I don't understand this now.
Fuck. I really hope that Pennsylvania comes through.
Now it's all tiny. But I have no idea
my
what to
brother
do.
texted me as soon as I said that.
What? Okay, I have no idea what to do now. Oh, it's because you did that. God damn it. There we go.
What? That's what I was saying. I did. My bad.
No, you're good. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Alright.
I was watching this.
You went back to Fox News.
Is Steve back on MSNBC? Yeah, keep the other tabs open so I don't have to go.
So we
on
can
this
jump back and
search.
forth.
Yeah, open one more with MSN.
Okay.
Uno más. I don't know, yeah.
112, 198. Damn. It's getting closer, guys. What's going on?
Are you on it or no?
Yeah, can you go to our... Are you on our channel? Can you go to, like, have a tab open with the video open?
Yeah, sure.
So we can respond to the chat. Sorry if anyone is there. I don't even know if anyone's watching, but if you are and you're talking on the chat,
You guys are getting the uncut version of us.
we'll go back to it right now.
We got a whopping 11 people
Watching?
Very patient.
Thank you, guys. I put Mans BC. Hold on, MSN BC.
Back to this music. Bro, I can't. It's a commercial break every 2 seconds. Just yap for me, please.
Where are we at, though? Let me see.
You can see the polls on the side right there.
So, come on.
So Arizona, she's taking, okay.
Damn. So North Carolina,
Pennsylvania.
Trump took North Carolina.
Check Pennsylvania.
Damn, Pennsylvania is flipping. That's not good. If Kamala doesn't get Pennsylvania, it's gonna be
Fuck,
tough.
That's it.
I don't know if that's it. Well, she would have to
Pretty
get.
much, because I don't think she's getting Wisconsin anymore. So.
Yeah, she did. It's 50% and it's 40. She could still get that one, but Minnesota
I think that was
is.
gonna be counted before, no?
Let me see. Minnesota is 58. Oh, it's only 3% reported. That could definitely change. 50% right there. You see, 3% reporting. That means that it's barely any of the votes have been reported. So that one,
I mean, Dems are known for
mail-in
turning their shit in late, yeah.
or voting
Not
late.
late, but like
I don't know. Yeah,
on the later end.
Wisconsin is still very close though.
Oh, only 50%. Okay.
Yeah, so that could still flip. Michigan is very close. Pennsylvania is 55%, and it's still very close. But she had a huge lead initially in Pennsylvania, and then it got taken over. Damn, Republicans ain't playing around on this one. Yeah, respond.
You respond.
I can't. Oh, hold on. Let me see. I can't do it on here.
It's 4:30 a.m. in Paris. Sorry, guys.
Just respond on here. This will be the laptop for responding.
What do you want me to say? Guys, I can just talk to you on here. I mean,
Oh yeah, duh. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. You're in Paris. It's 4:30 a.m. Nice. Thanks for hanging out.
Why can't you sleep?
Handle me up. All right. Oh, I'm not the only French one that.
Likewise, Yasmin. Likewise. I'm gonna try this.
Try it. I made a drink. It's cranberry juice and pisco. Pisco is a Peruvian liquor.
That's disgusting.
It's not good at all, to be honest, but I'll just drink it because I want to drink.
Yeah, he or she said, I don't think Europe is prepared for Trump to win. There's a lot of states that are putting up, they're just like preparing.
Well,
for
the only thing is
outlash.
because if he actually does enact the tariff, it's gonna kind of fuck shit up between Europe, China, and us. If he does it between Europe, like between U.S. and Europe.
He's saying he's gonna. He says he's gonna charge China tariffs. Which
Well, no, I'm not an economist or anything, and I just don't know that much about it. But from what I've listened to people talk about it, is they're saying that the cost of the tariffs will go back to us because they'll have to, yeah, and then we'll just like China and other places in Europe won't want to do business with us because they have other export-import regions that they work with already, so they don't necessarily need us. I know that it probably.
What are you talking about? It wouldn't affect the exporters.
It would make
importers. Like
yeah, but that means that the businesses here wouldn't want to purchase outside anymore to other things, so
And
it
I
would
think
affect
that's
them.
his goal.
Yeah, to make them move and make manufacturing places over here or make locations over here in the U.S. But that's going to be a long process. I feel like if people were to actually do that.
It's not gonna work.
I don't know. They did. I know he did tariffs when he got in 2016, and he did it on like the washers and dryers and shit, and it did go up. Yeah, it did go up. But Biden kept them in place. I don't know why.
I don't think that's his first priority going
Cheers,
into office.
cheers, guys. Wherever you're from.
All right, can I do some?
Yeah. So, hear some or have some?
Can I see?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, this is Disneyland music. Like when you're waiting in line.
Use a mic. No, just use a mic. You don't even need the headphones, to be honest.
Can you guys hear me, or do I need to actually use a mic?
I'm sure they can hear you. It's picking up pretty well. Again, this is our first time doing this, so thank you guys for being patient.
Yeah, just keep reminding them.
I know. What do you mean next? Go back over here?
Run through these stations so I can see who's actually on. This music is loud. It's running through the speakers too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, because you know where
Yeah. God damn, this is like the most unentertaining live of a thing. Hold on. I wish there probably is a way I could just freeze the screen recording, but again, we're learning, so I don't know. So I'm just gonna do this real quick. Okay.
Yeah, Yasmin.
What?
But tell that to everyone supporting Trump. He has them believing that tariffs are going to be paid by the exporters. Which literally doesn't
From
make sense.
everything
Like,
I've listened to economists talk about, they're saying that it's going to fall on the people.
It 1000% is, but he's
Yeah.
saying otherwise.
We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's one electoral vote, but in a razor-tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds.
This is kind of fun live streaming. I've never done this.
We've got all
This is kind of fun live
closed
streaming.
right now, and votes being counted. And too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story.
Damn, yeah, Pennsylvania is a big one. That is a big one.
There. In Michigan, also too close to call, the battleground state where both candidates spent a ton of time alongside Wisconsin as well, too close to call at this hour, still counting about
Yeah,
in
to
San
Kent?
Francisco,
Yeah,
Texas,
100%. I don't.
Georgia,
Hold on,
too
let me
close to
turn
call.
this off real
Biden
quick.
won it by a hair in 2020.
One sec.
Donald Trump trying to.
Yeah, I agree. Kent, whatever, Kent Ove. I don't know how to say your last name. I'm sorry, Kent. It's very weird because, in my opinion, it should just be like a popular vote wins. The Electoral College has been around since like I think we established our country. I don't know the exact dates, but it like predates all the way back to when slavery was still legal. Like it's weird, but it just seems like it's a way for them to have more control over who ends up in office, which is weird to me. But I don't know.
70, and it's being filled out along the familiar lines that we've all become so familiar with over these last couple of presidential cycles, with those big question marks.
Damn, they're behind too, 91.
I think this is, we've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we could look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well. So, man, I want to show you what I'm talking about. Center County, it's in the center of the state. This is red right now. 68% of the vote is in. Biden won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, they're 68% of the vote in. They could still catch up.
Yeah, it's close, but 68% in.
Eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern.
He's probably going to take Georgia.
We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling in counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here, okay? Lackawanna County. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters.
Scranton, that's where they filmed The Office there. Or not there, but that's where it's based on.
40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier.
Wow, Philadelphia County is fucking heavy.
81, she's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out.
Oh, so that's always blue.
She wants to
Philadelphia County.
high watermarks for Biden is, guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here. You know, you staffed Vice President Pence, that you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still a lot out there. I'm just like, all of these things start to add up. It's like
it's delayed.
1,000 cuts, and so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another.
Oh, it's because of this.
You know, you run
Let me lower this.
options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds
Check it out again.
desk to figure it out. When that happens, I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the closing of the gap with the young voters, it's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there are several places, and we're starting to now at this point in the night get some trends across battlegrounds when it comes to exit polling with all the necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's a few places where former President Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. Doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see that trend for her.
You pointed to me when you said
no, oh my gosh, Savannah.
I just wanted to let everyone know that we noticed.
Full disclosure, we talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago. So
I can't. Can you ask them if it?
stay on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But
Or just here, turn this on real quick.
Because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play as we watch these results come in that's so fast.
I'll throw the headphones on. It'll probably fix it.
Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people questioned, what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the ticket? And
That should have fixed it. I don't know though.
You can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability.
He oozed.
She thought was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, I don't know if it was the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way.
Yeah, they're saying that's better.
Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on a ballot in the future.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia, because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be
team
clear,
was
we
doing.
haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be.
Yeah.
I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states. And I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than a half a point.
That's usually how it goes, though.
Thanks for that.
Oof. Damn. Trump's at 210. He's at 210. She's at 112.
Yeah, but again, look at all the blue states.
Yeah. Let me see. So Minnesota. Oh yeah, 5%. 55%. Michigan. So she can still flip Michigan and Wisconsin.
You think she can flip
Pennsylvania is gonna be. It looks like it's turning to Trump, but if she gets Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then yeah, that should be good.
So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots.
They said that if Pennsylvania isn't for Harris, I stop supporting the 76ers. That's funny. Thanks. Yeah, let us know if the mics sound okay. Maybe I can turn off the other one.
Where are you guys from? Other than Paris, I've seen a couple people from France.
That's something that election workers tell me is a thing that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards, they're actually in all these little bags. You see them like zipping there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least...
Watch out, watch out. Be careful, be careful. Yeah.
From today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back because this is where we see...
What's up, guys? UK, Norway. Nice. Thanks for tuning in.
Being processed and scanned and tabulated, or
Nice. France.
Opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margin...
Oh, you know what was so cool that I was watching the other day from the Olympics in France or Paris? I don't know if you guys know the band Gojira, the metal band. They did such a good performance on that. I don't know what it's called. The area they were in where they showed Marie Antoinette with their like head getting cut off or something like that. It's wild.
Exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020, and right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yanison's line. We'll leave him on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material. And they've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
Yeah, Handle Me Up. It was dope. I love the drummer is so good, Mario Duplantier, or I don't know if I pronounced the last name right, but he's so good, that drummer. Poor journalist became bold because of the election. We vibing, guys. I was mentioning about, I don't know if you ever saw during the Paris Olympics, there was a metal band Gojira. Yeah, and they were playing on the conciergerie. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry, handle me up. But yeah.
Brother, put a different station on.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
Kent, I don't know. It's actually tough because when Biden won, it was actually 4 days after the 5th. It was on the 9th. It was like 4 days. It was the 9th that they found out the results.
Tonight for sure.
Yeah, we won't know tonight. Well, maybe.
It's gonna be fucking stressful. We might. I don't know. I don't think we are though.
If Trump or Kamala wins by like a lot, then we'll know.
It's gonna be head to head.
Was your brother being sarcastic? I don't think it was a good move for Kamala to get Cheney on her thing.
This is literally what I said. I said she was pandering too much.
It's too much, yeah.
I'm like,
So
oh, they don't like you.
Yeah.
Stop wasting your energy. Waste your energy on undecided voters, not the other side.
Let's take a look at the Senate map now. Take a look at where things stand. Again, as you can see, Lester, one pickup, but we continue to watch.
you know who I would have liked to win, guys, in 2016?
Me.
Bernie Sanders. I would have wanted Bernie. Yeah, I know. Khalifi? Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know.
Bracing for potential losses. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats. If Vice President Harris wins the White House, they really need 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. So right now just put it this way, right?
Yeah. In 2001 or 2000, when Bush and I forget who else, I was reading that it actually went until December. They didn't find out who won. Yeah, I agree, Yasmin. I think we both agree. But yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I would have liked Bernie a lot. I'm guessing the microphone sounds better, guys, because it seems like you guys are being able to respond quicker, so that's good. Yeah, I agree. Bernie should run every time. Yeah. But it's hard because I feel like he's been doing it for so long, his like activism and trying to push for the right thing that our country just shoots him down because of how far we are with like capitalism and profit and like lobbying and everything like that. It just, yeah, it's too much. I think too much stress for him because he actually wants to do what's right. Yeah, Taoist Yang. Yeah, that's super weird. I don't understand. It's mainly because of the Electoral College that it takes so long to find out who wins. I feel like
Say that again?
that it's mainly because of the Electoral College that it takes so long to find out who wins sometimes.
I don't think so. I think
No?
it's them counting the votes.
But it's because, yeah, I guess that's true. That's a good point. Okay, cool. The reverb is gone now. Yeah, I think it's because I had it on my speakers that I play music on, and that was coming out of there and on the mic, so I think it was creating some weird feedback loop.
short time ago. Some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall.
You know what's funny? Max Up. I just watched a video by Jubilee and Pete Buttigieg. I don't know how to say his name, sorry, but he actually was a really good person to have a conversation with when the people were undecided voters and they were talking with him, and he was great. I could see him as president, honestly. Yep. Hell, Matt, it does feel like that. He said, make Orwell fiction again. Get in here, babe.
My chair's too low.
I know. Sit on that one. Put that one there.
No, this one's comfortable. That one's not.
I can try to turn it a little bit. Hold on. Oh, fuck. It's going to make...
It's okay. It's okay. Let it go.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
The ability to perform well in right now, but, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
And as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to battleground Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened. It was on these tabulators that
I
we
agree,
see
Yasmin.
closely at that red sticker there. They say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a...
Here, we're going to use the one mic because I think it helps too.
I can't even hear myself in these headphones.
Yeah, you're not... Yeah, I don't know. It's
they
fine.
working?
They can hear us, so, but yeah, that's how it is.
Oh, I can hear it. Well, I hear him. I don't hear us.
They say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see that each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that...
Dude, I remember in 2020, there was like people outside of the Arizona voting center like with guns because they were like, they're stealing the vote, and it was fucking crazy.
Yeah, they were losing it.
Vice President Harris is not meeting her marks there, and pointing to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we are still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. A couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina. Got it. Still too early to call.
I look like a French rapper named Kemmler. All right.
Wait, we gotta Google this person.
I know.
So first off,
Yeah, I'm gonna look him up real quick.
Why is it too early to call? Why hasn't
Oh, no, wait, I'll do that.
rejected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote.
No, he meant a rapper. This guy.
You look like that dude.
Clinton at 62,
Oh,
Biden
the hair.
at 66.7. Harris is at
Brian looks like young Steve Jobs. Google that.
4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here. And just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out, but in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is
Damn. I just looked up that rapper Kemmler, by the way, Khalifi, and I could see it, I guess.
Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close to 2016 about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans are making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute, 2 minutes? Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because, you know, northern suburb resident Chuck Todd says you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote, but I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington, D.C. former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning?
You know what's funny to anyone who's from France here? I did my ancestry and I'm like majority French in my blood. Just letting you know. I gotta go to the motherland.
You just want to feel included, huh?
Yeah.
Activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about. We see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, you know, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in.
Thank you, Khalifi.
Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
I said we welcome you back to the motherland anytime.
County or Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, I know Oregon, Washington.
How Matt? Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm.
10 seconds, and then of course.
What?
I wouldn't call myself French, Matt. I'm American. I grew up here, but like my ancestry, it's like majority is like a pretty much huge majority of it is French. Yeah. So yes, she's very Egyptian.
I'm not very Egyptian.
You're
Well, I am.
You're half. That's 50%.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
To me, varies like 80+%.
50%'s a lot, in my opinion.
Harris will win in the state of California. 54 electoral votes. In the state of Idaho, Donald Trump will win and take those 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's the map where it moves in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 214. Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a
You
couple
noticed
of
though
races.
from 90 to where she's at now went by quicker than where he was.
Yeah.
Like he increased a little bit in electoral votes, but she's doubled hers.
Ugh, damn. Pennsylvania is such a big state to get.
Yeah, we need Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call.
Yeah, Georgia's very close to 88% in though. That's he's probably gonna get it.
Isn't she leading?
No, he's leading.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
In Virginia?
Yeah, let's go on the map now real quick.
She's up by 1.
Hold on, let me do the refresh it.
2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these
214, 179.
Tom Yamas over at the board, and we talk about Arizona. We haven't given its due tonight in Maricopa County, and don't forget the great county of Pima County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
And give some credit to Arizona.
So obviously, yeah, California.
I mean, they're doing their job there, so congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching.
0%, but they were just like, fuck it, California is gonna be blue.
Yeah, we're overwhelmingly blue here.
Same with that. Oregon's gonna be blue.
Yeah.
They already called Colorado, New Mexico, Virginia.
go over Colorado?
Phoenix, one of the fifth largest city.
Colorado's always usually blue. Yeah.
You never know though. There's a lot of people that have been moving there lately that are conservative.
Yeah. Just not enough. So Minnesota, 11% reported. Wisconsin, 60%. Michigan, 27%.
50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge.
Yeah, Arizona is extremely close. Yeah, Max Up, we voted. They asked if we voted.
Yeah, we voted. We voted like the first day of early voting.
Yeah, we voted very early.
This is majority Hispanic, and it's in county, but this is a place where Republicans
Damn.
can run up the score. Trump over
Wild.
right now, only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early, 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right, thank
I'm so nervous. Why am I nervous?
We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of
Better
what
win,
we're seeing,
Harris.
what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had an upper projection of total.
Yeah. It does look like 2016.
That was a year of chaos.
Higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional vote.
I just feel like the way that Kamala came in is what people are so like hesitant about because I think we didn't have a primary to vote for her.
For what?
For Kamala, the way that she was put into the place, it was a little like messy, which makes it harder to like back it up.
Yeah. When people are anticipating one politician running in a certain party and then all of a sudden you flip it. I will say a lot of us younger voters were stoked about it because we knew Biden was probably not going to win again. So we thought at least Kamala has, functioning brain and can possibly win.
About 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or two. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter roll.
I mean, look, Paul Noble, I don't know, like, it won't make me nervous, but it's just like, we've already had him as president before once, but it's just, I feel like it's not ideal for us as a majority, I feel like it causes a little bit of division, but we need to get away from the two-party system, in my opinion. We're too stuck in Democrat-Republican.
Our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill football stadium with their
Yeah, but I feel like they say this every election, but this is the only time I've truly felt this is like the most important election of our lifetime.
I mean, the people were saying the same thing about 2016 when he won.
Right, and look who he put in the Supreme Court.
You're saying who to reverse like Roe v. Wade and all that? Yeah.
He packed them with more conservatives that are young and are going to be there till they die. So if he gets a chance to put more people in the Supreme Court, we're fucked.
So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure we
No, and I don't think we're there.
We have not called.
And let me give you the view from the Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like this. Like, their path is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers, obtained by our Monica Alba and our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but
this happens every election.
Still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia in some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called.
Oh, I found it. The chat right here. Okay, cool. You can turn it off here if you want, or if you want to keep it there. Okay. Looks like Melania has to go back to Slovenia. That's pretty funny.
I feel bad for her. She's doing charity work.
In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen. 214 for Donald Trump, Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no calls.
I swear, wasn't she just at 179?
Focusing on the blue wall. That's all.
Hold 1 second, please.
Expecting a North Carolina victory over Georgia. Or
I'm just looking at this, my computer. I don't see either of those two states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read.
Guess we're pulling an all-nighter. Just kidding.
I don't care.
That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall, everyone's focused on the blue wall, no one panic. And this, we have a lot more vote to count, so I want to be very cautious in saying this, but tonally it is fascinating that that is the message that they're
Well,
sending.
not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the eve of the election.
All she did was focus on
Which is exactly what
They had their eye on the ball. I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016.
Kent,
True, but they sort of
yeah. Fucking Khalifi, that's hilarious. Kent said, have you guys followed the Diddy case? And then they said, bro, we have enough problems. Don't go on Diddy right now.
I mean, following it, I don't know. He's not on trial yet, right? But he's in jail.
He's in jail?
Isn't he in jail? I'm pretty
No,
sure.
so that kind of shows we haven't really been following the Diddy case.
Follow. They're not. There's only so much information we're getting, and it's very disturbing, all of it.
Yeah, a lot of baby oil.
But I want to know when he goes on trial. I don't think it's going to be public.
First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53%.
Yeah, there are a lot of younger people voting for Trump, 100%.
Yeah, because once you leave the nest, it's easier to critically think for yourself.
On apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like, the Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings.
Who?
Very little oversight.
Kamala, her HQ account on like
Oh.
TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, they were very
like
on top
good
of
at
social media, yeah.
They know how to
Utilize it.
connect. Yeah, they know how to
Yeah.
connect with the younger generation.
President, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok.
Yeah.
I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania.
You're probably right, Kent. I don't think they'll ever get it because Diddy was actually very powerful.
I'd be so interested. He's winning the youth vote.
What do you say? They don't want?
I think we'll be the same as Epstein. We'll never get the list.
Right. I 1,000% don't think we'll get the list.
And that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign. And
There's also something shady.
the bro way.
Them investigating him. It's like, you told me you guys didn't know this sooner.
Yeah, I know.
Like, who did he piss off, you know?
One in
There's
each gender.
allegedly Jamie Foxx sold him out to the feds. And that's why he was sick last year.
Really?
Yeah, remember when he got sick out of nowhere, Jamie Foxx?
Oh, yeah. But he got COVID.
No, he was in the hospital. People thought he wasn't going to make it.
Oh, damn.
It was really bizarre. He said that Diddy poisoned him.
The gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 50%. That young men turnout is real.
Yeah.
Young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. And that poll does not.
Turn it down. I saw a news station interviewing a guy after he voted, and they were like, "Oh, so like, who'd you vote for?" And he said Kamala, and I can't remember what the follow-up question was. And he goes, "Oh, because my girlfriend says if I didn't, she was gonna break up with me." He goes, "I wasn't gonna vote, but she made me."
I honestly,
I respect that.
honestly, there was a point where I really didn't want to vote because I was just like, they're both, in my opinion, I don't trust the way that our system is right now because of the Democrats and Republicans. There's so much lobbying on both sides. I do think there is a little bit more corruption on the Republican side, but it's just there's too much lobbying and there's too much money in the whole system. But I don't know. It's probably the same way wherever you guys are from too. So I don't know. Yeah, same Khalifi, same. I really feel like I only trust Bernie too.
Oh yeah, I love Bernie. I wish he got to run as a Dem. Also, Kamala is like as far conservative as we should be allowed to go as a country. Even she's too conservative for my taste.
Oh wow, so you have regulated lobbying. I mean that's better than no regulation. Yeah, that's can't. That's what Linda said that for a long time that Diddy put the hit on Tupac and Biggie.
Oh, 1000%. If Tupac was alive, you'd vote for Harris. It feels later. Oh, because the time change. Oh, he did say whitest. Got it.
Yeah, Taoist. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I kind of feel similar. Yeah. He's saying he'd rather choose the delegate that works with the law instead of the one that fights the law.
Are you talking about Harris or I'm
Yeah.
confused? Yeah. We got a
Can't leave Diddy.
Huh?
No, Khalifi said can't leave Diddy. Bernie Moreno. Yeah, I think so too, Kent. He said Tupac would have talked about the genocide.
I agree. He would be out there marching. His mom was a Black Panther, right?
I think so.
Savannah.
Wrong, Bernie. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Damn, he toppled him by 4%. Ooh, Arizona is so close. Damn.
Oh, that makes me nervous.
I mean, it's 11 electoral points. It's actually pretty decent of amount of points.
What?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Kent, right now. That they say Diddy got Biggie too.
What was that?
He said they say Diddy got Biggie too.
Yeah, 1000% he got Biggie. I think he secretly turned Tupac and Biggie against each other.
Go for it, Khalifi. I don't have any wine, but this is some liquor in here. Damn it. I always spill on myself. Yeah.
I can't see.
So, he said, because the guy's commenting a lot about Diddy.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, how many Diddy parties have you gone to be obsessed with him? That's hilarious.
It's a part of our culture right now, okay? It's a sign of the times. My mom, when they first came out with allegations, my mom's like, no, they're always making this stuff up. She was Team Diddy until the video of him beating Cassie came out, and
Yeah,
then she
I
was like,
remember
"What?"
that.
Then all of a sudden,
In the
she was like,
elevator,
"Oh,
right?
shit." Yeah, well, outside, yeah.
Yeah.
Insane. Then she was like, "Okay, I guess he is an asshole." The house.
Nothing's gonna get passed. Yeah. 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 That's sorry, that's what I think something that people don't understand too is if you don't have the majority of the Congress here, I know you guys probably know this, but I think a lot of people here don't understand that if you don't have the majority of the Congress, it's almost like near impossible to pass things that you want to pass. And then people will say like, oh, you haven't done anything and they didn't do anything, and it's like, well, did you actually see how they tried to, but then Congress kept like blocking it?
Devil's advocate. They shouldn't have. The president should either one have more power, or sometimes I feel like they use Congress to
Be able to
a
prolong
scapegoat
everything.
or a scapegoat from actually progressing. Because I've seen presidents do executive orders on things that 1,000% could have waited and gone through Congress, and then other times their hands are tied.
Oh, the same as Echo again. Shit. Why? Yeah, I guess. Is the Echo still there? Sorry, guys. Let it. Sorry, guys. Let us know if it's better. Here.
When will Florida learn?
Hold on. Okay, Bluey from Australia, it's all over in his talks. Okay, cool. I'm glad it's better. Sorry about that. I don't know exactly what's wrong with when it happens. We're still learning here, so thanks for being patient.
We're learning that we don't know why it keeps happening.
Yeah. Khalif is funny. Here, hold on. Talk to the mic. Let me hear you.
You're gonna go where?
I'm gonna stand outside and see.
Oh, here.
It's causing that sound, yeah. Just keep talking.
I have nothing to say. Hopefully I don't fuck this up again. I don't think we have another one plugged in. The one we have plugged in is the one Brian was using. I mean, should I unplug the other mic? You good? I do like coffee, but unfortunately I have to limit myself right now because I got some bad news about my health that I don't want to share right now, but you want to put the volume back up? What? I don't know what you're saying. Like on the actual.
Turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there.
I don't know what I'm doing.
The volume is off on the video.
Brother, what are you talking about?
On the video.
I turned it up.
Okay, stop. Hold on.
I paused it.
Yeah, no.
Michigan particularly. They say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. Finally, Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall.
I forget because we're seeing a delayed version
Complete
too.
results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning.
What?
Just leave that on like that and just talk.
This memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as the
Guys, can you hear me? It's a pickup low.
There's still a lot of data out there, and that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go.
Sir, please ask your question in layman's terms. I don't know what I just read.
And I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard the Harris campaign.
What?
Is saying, but the vibe check is that the path is narrowing.
Can you guys hear the video or not?
Kamala Harris.
Ugh.
That seems right. And when you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural
You drank too
counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and
this is Mike
in
1.
fact
Do you hear
winning
me?
the youth vote.
This is Mike 2. Do you hear me?
Polls. Does that surprise you?
Danger,
What's
Will
your take
Robbins.
on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink.
Cheers.
But I do think that I
You're
think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close.
Can I double check that this is a loud one?
Late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no.
Sorry.
The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But
Thank
if those
you.
do not end up in our column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
We need Pennsylvania, guys.
Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we have another call to make. I believe we're going to get a state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now. A difference of about 473,000 votes. On the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump down. Let's go to Republicans Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try and understand where this is going?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Lovett just made.
The
vibe. I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just
Max.
just bear with me for a second.
Our dog is going apeshit here.
Projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There's the breakdown right now, about a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us in the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with 172 electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. You know, look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in. And Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not
Yeah, Khalifi, I know what you're talking about. That's how our politics is, and especially, well, I think after 2016, it became way more like attack instead of let's talk about politics and policies and let's say actually what we're gonna do, which it sucks.
Elementary school.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give
ice
you
cream
pause?
at lunch and no homework. It's like, okay, can you?
They're looking at precinct analysis, and we're looking
Yeah,
at
100%.
a county total. So we should give that caveat.
Run their campaign
Joe Biden got
bashing the other
80% of the vote in
instead of
Philadelphia County, and
trying to sell you on why they would be a
she's
better
not
candidate.
running at 80%. I think she's last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
It's like,
All right, Sarah,
stop
Mike,
focusing
thanks
on
to
the wrong
both of you.
people.
Tom
Stop
Yamas
focusing
has more from the big board on Georgia.
conservative.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a
Dems
vibe
just
check of where we
fucking
are. It
focus
is
on the
still very
undecided
early in the night,
people.
right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia. Still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further.
Thanks,
south.
Khalifi.
Look, she's
Thanks.
almost exactly where Biden was, all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there, just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69%, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming.
Yeah,
Remember,
I do agree with you, Blue Dog. They are both very corrupt. That's what sucks is because we're stuck in the two-party system that are both paid off by lobbyists and by corporations and by pharmacy companies and by all these other things, and it sucks.
Second year.
We come down here to
support the
Doherty
military
County. She's
funding.
slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia,
I've had to change my perspective on voting this term and not
like
vote
she could be doing that in
for
Atlanta. The numbers are good
who
for her right now
I
in the metro
align
region,
with,
but it's
but
still really
more
too close for us to call here in Georgia.
who do I think you can push
Thank you
in
so much.
a
I want to go to Chuck because
direction
Chuck,
of
we were talking
progress?
about
Because
Donald
I know
Trump
with Harris,
getting new voters,
I don't
people
agree
that
with a
didn't
lot of
vote
her
in
shit, but
2020, and those voters.
she's
breaking for
willing
him.
to
and you're seeing some
put
pretty
in that effort
astounding
for her
numbers.
supporters.
Well, you know, it's
where
interesting.
I know
Well, first of all,
you look at
Georgia
the people
is
Trump
going to
has
shrink. You got about
supporting him,
all of this
and
vote is
yeah,
gonna be
this country's
Democratic
going to
vote.
be set.
She's got to win the
backwards at
remaining
least
probably 2-1.
a solid century.
That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And whether
Yeah,
it is that
that's
big,
crazy.
there's a shot.
Yeah, I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some noted some comparisons to 2020. Just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is a little under 10. It was at 17 points.
Honestly, yeah.
So
Trump Simpsons, apparently, that's like our best prediction software is The Simpsons.
But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not nitpicking about a point or two here. You're talking about Texas
5 points, 10
6,
points,
7, 8. I mean, that's
well, this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those 2 states, but it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This person saying there needs to be a hard look at what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership.
Biden
and
RBG
of course,
does.
the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop.
That's why I leaned left and try to just like vote left, is because no, I want more of an America where we think as a community and like other things like that, like how certain other countries do, and kind of make it our own thing. But that will never happen under very conservative. Yeah.
It would need decades of like somebody extremely progressive.
Yeah.
Before America will see that. Everyone here is extremely selfish and worried about losing something if someone else gains something, and it reflects in votes.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie, glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Here, let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. Taoist. Whenever you mention anything's kind of like that, they say. But that's not even what I'm saying. I'm just saying I want something. We can take things from other like places and make it our own. Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry.
It is. Yeah, it is difficult because it's a huge country.
To have such divided laws.
So Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000
Shapiro.
there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column. Perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now. 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does.
Yeah, exactly, Khalifi. He said to us it seems super far, but to them it's just normal.
Right, 1000%. I said earlier, and I'll say it again, I feel like Kamala's as far right as our country should ever be willing to go.
As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep moving along here. 50%, 53%.
I'm pretty sure Trump's. It looks like he's gonna win.
In the race for president. Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the path to victory here.
It looks like it.
Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. If we can't even remove it anymore.
Every time.
This number before we
the
called North
Reds
Carolina,
always
Harris
get
had
their
more
votes
paths than
counted
Trump
first because
did.
the population is a lot smaller in those states.
This is the way it ended in 2020, right?
And then
he won North Carolina. President Biden
it's always
won the
those
rest
blue
of the battleground
states that take forever to get counted because of how many people there are. And for some reason, Democrats statistically are known for voting later than Republicans. Don't know the exact
but a big win for former President Trump. It's the
percent on that, but I always hear that too. That Republicans are like usually the first ones voting.
There was some late polling in the state that came just over the
So it
weekend.
always feels like they're gonna win before the final result happens. Maybe I'm just saying that to feel better.
That is clearly not turning out to be the case.
I don't know. At the moment, it looks like Trump is gonna win. Overall, yeah, it looks like he is.
But if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania.
Yeah, blue dog, 100%.
Guys, if Trump wins, who's gonna take care of us when we move out of the country?
We're gonna take care of ourselves either way, but yeah.
An insurmountable lead in Georgia.
Because I don't have any family that I like out of the country.
What he's speaking of, but we will continue to watch.
We've got another race to call, another presidential call. This is
Yeah, Zach, I think you're 100% right. Just saying from a neutral point, I think that it's like untested waters to have a woman in charge here. 100%. No, I'm saying because he said, "Do you reckon some Americans don't want to vote for a woman? Like 1 or 2% could swing the difference."
You're spot on. The
Yeah.
amount of people that we know that are resistant to vote for her for simply being a woman is concerning. Max.
I think that is a big reason, Zach. Even if it's like subconscious, I think it's just a big reason. God damn, our dog farted.
This is what I get. This is the things I get for sharing. Hey, look, he's trying to take my chair. I'm gonna kick your little butt. Hey, kiddo. Ew, Max. Baby, can you go to your bed, please?
Max, get down. Come on, buddy. Get down. Down. Down.
Can you just go to your bed? No, I didn't say turn around. No, I said go to your bed. Stinky. Please.
Damn, he doesn't want to get down.
You already claimed your territory after that.
Our dog took over the seat.
The team has been working so hard for months. Come on, yes, so time to get down.
But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error, or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it would. And right now, what the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed in the big cities? In Philly, there are some cities that haven't fully come in. So they're waiting for those.
That's hilarious, Zach. But Zach, I do think you're 100% right that that's one of the reasons why we're just not used to it. It's just something unfamiliar.
That they need to make up for in the cities. So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
But even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. At least show you what the numbers look like. The breakdown. Half of the vote in.
Damn, you got the incense out and everything.
Again, when you see that wide margin, you would thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably as Kamala Harris for a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's a one
Oof.
that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again,
No, I'm just saying. Look at all that. That's wild. So Minnesota.
and the path becomes narrower and narrower.
Was Minnesota red a little while ago?
A bit where they are at this moment.
I think it was. Yeah. So I think it's turning the other way. 69%. He's winning. He's winning Wisconsin by 3%, almost, babe.
I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly yes, they'd would have liked to have that. And
Yeah, Minnesota's good. Michigan still has time, but he's ahead by like 5%.
What's your answer?
I would have asked the same question. I mean, I think obviously
under the same
right. Obviously, with the economy, with the 2/3 of the American people who think the country's on the wrong track on the immigration, like all of the issues in kind of general polling.
When will we
would
stop
suggest
pretending
that this
immigration
would
is a
be
problem
runaway,
here?
for the Republican or for the
Well,
non-party
I mean,
power.
it
It's not. I think there's
it can be a problem
It can be.
if it's unchecked.
Anything can be a problem. It's genuinely not. If anything, they help our economy a lot.
Yeah, but yes, it just needs to have regulation. I think because everyone wants.
That's the. I'm sorry. That's like a talking point, just to keep certain people in the borders and certain people not. I don't think most of the people who are so against immigrants are willing to even allow them the opportunity to.
I mean, this is a whole immigrant. Like this country is based on immigration.
1,000%.
Yeah.
on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. It is. She's run
205, 230.
107 days. That is not something we've seen in history, and there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing, and the impact of that.
That smells good.
Bringing up the history, I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's
This Arizona's still super close. 11 points. That's good. Yeah.
Favorability rating for President Biden is low.
Damn. Yeah, I think PA is done, babe.
How people feel about the country right now, and about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied, and that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
And one of the things that I think is so notable heading into tonight, I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10 different states, would that
absurd.
be the biggest energizing factor tonight? What we are seeing is that right now it seems like the economy and immigration
Khalifi, that's hilarious. Trump's smile gives me goosebumps.
did see, especially using Florida as the example.
I used to think Trump, like I used to like him before he ran for office.
I know.
I'm sorry. When he had the Apprentice show.
Yeah, I know he was entertaining. Blue Dog, I'm not sure. I think it's if one of them wins by like a landslide, then I think it's kind of called, because the one like in 2016 against Hillary and Trump won like that same day, and it was called.
Split their ticket going, no, I don't like this, but I do like them.
And that's not something that is captured necessarily, because polling doesn't function this way in polling about abortion rights, right? That there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front, as you know, Arizona native, because I talked to Senator, or maybe we'll see, Congressman Gallego the other night, and there are people who could be Gallego, Trump, abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit, but that's where maybe we don't entirely
Bends the mind that you can have different opinions about different things on each side of the aisle. I think one of the reasons why people are so hard to believe that you can have differing opinions is because we're stuck in the two-party system. Thanks, Khalifi.
I can't see you.
Look right here. Yeah, because Hillary conceded in 2016. Yeah.
We are probably one of the only first world countries that does not learn. It takes very little for people to endorse a candidate here. It takes very little. They can say a fucking joke, and some people, that's all they need to vote for that person.
But there's also no regulation of how much money can go into politics here, which is really weird because it opens the door for so much corruption and just like, yeah, I don't know. If you have like hundreds of millions of dollars to bash someone, you're gonna get further, in my opinion.
Yeah. Did you choose this music or did they put it?
They're on like a break.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you've changed the music. Should we see on that one?
Oh man.
What's on the other tab?
You too, Kent. Have a good one.
Bye. Thank you for watching. Watching us watch.
It's the other one.
Brother, what is happening here?
Right there. No, hold on.
Ow, fudge.
No. But I can go over to.
I want to see what Fox is saying.
Let's see what's up with AP. Damn, really? AP? Still same thing? Oh, it's because. Oh, hold on. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're just showing the cameras or people
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
On June 20.
Can you can you Fox Live? I want to see what those are saying.
Sorry, guys. We have 10 parties in the Norwegian government. Oh, damn.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
Yeah, I don't really I don't know how, like, because what's considered conservative to you in Australia, Blue Dog, might be like pretty left leaning over here. Like, you know what I mean?
I didn't hear what you said.
No, because he said, I mean, talk about how I'm not sure who'd be better for Australia. He'd be leaning more toward the red side, but the red over there in Australia might be like more leaning left compared to here.
I feel like Trump would do very well in Australia.
Maybe. I don't know. So they said they have about 4 or 5 parties in Australia. Some are just pointless, though. Interesting. Yeah.
Green Party like a threat at all here. It's almost known that you're just taking away votes from the other two.
Yeah.
Can you hover over Pennsylvania so I can see how much of percent of votes?
81% reporting right now. Now let's head over to Wisconsin, where we have Tampa Baldwin.
Oh my God, Kamala, you need to take the Pennsylvania.
That's gonna be so hard, babe. He's up by 4%, and it's 81% reported.
Sorry, Michigan. We're going to go to Michigan first. Alyssa Slotkin trying to win a Senate seat against
Yeah,
Mike.
I'll give you that, Blue Dog. That is something that he's better at than her, as he just is himself. He doesn't give a fuck.
The definition of DGAF. That man is not your vote.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. And I mean, like, to an extent, like, you almost have to respect how much he doesn't give a fuck. But then, like, I just don't agree with some of the shit he says. But I'm like, damn, this guy is himself. Like, you get what you hear. So I get that. I get what you're saying.
Well, if everything holds and they had a 2-seat net gain, they would take control of the Senate. There's one race out there that's an odd one, because you have a Nebraska Senate race where you have the Republican incumbent Deb Fischer up against an independent Dan Osborne, who is interesting. If you read into, he has his views talking about not putting people into categories. He's got an array of views. He calls himself independent.
Yeah, that's also a good point, Khalifi. It's like, yeah, our options aren't the best, but yeah.
Tightened in recent days, and I think you hit the nail on the head with what makes this so complicated and fascinating.
The thing about Trump is, you know, as funny as he is on the surface, because his human side really shows, he just lies all the time. And he lies with confidence. And he makes the most insane lies up. And people just eat it up.
They do.
It's not even about fact checking. It's just some of the things he says is just common sense that he's making it up. He reminds me of like those kids who when they go to school and they lie about like what their parents. Like, my dad owns a Ferrari, or something. Obviously, he's a billionaire, but just that like, you know, like just such arrogance sometimes. And I feel like this country would have elected him if he took it a bit more seriously.
Yeah.
Because it is interesting to have a businessman, if that's what you want to call him, in office. But he didn't take it, in my opinion, he didn't take it as seriously as he should.
Yeah, that's very apropos, actually, Savannah. I'm going to talk about the governor's race in a second, but a few reflections here. First, the Democratic strongholds in North Carolina, Buncombe County and Asheville being one of them, Mecklenburg with Charlotte, of course, and Wake and Raleigh were almost identical in terms of the splits. 60-38 for Democrat versus Republican here, 66%, I believe, in Mecklenburg and Charlotte, 62-63%.
Fucking Khalifi. Yeah, Taoist, I get that. I get what you hear is exactly what worries me. Where are you from, Taoist? You said that you have... Wait, I want to scroll up a little bit. You said, just a cultural FYI, it's bonfire night here, and there's this, I don't know, that goes with the event while we burn political figures in effigy. That's hilarious.
It's not just Mark Robinson losing convincingly to Josh Stein, 55-39% with 85% or so of the votes in so far, but it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there, Rachel Hunt. Jeff Jackson, the AG, he's up a couple percentage points over his Republican.
Oh yeah, if you want to see what he said.
You're seeing truly Republican voters here in North Carolina going across the board for statewide Democrats and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, you have roughly 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha, Taos. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he will be carrying that in. And I think Elon is a big part of that because, I mean, obviously being the wealthiest person in the world, it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're laughing more at them, not with them.
Yeah.
But sometimes you laugh and you're like, wait, this man ran the country for 4 years and ruined everything Obama had in place.
I do feel like Obama did well from what I saw. I was very young when he was president, but what happened after, like, what he left behind, it seems like he did pretty well.
He wasn't left with. What he was left with from Bush was fucked up too. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, I think so too, Blue Dog. I agree with that.
Too close to call right now. Democrats, though, are okay with this margin right now. About 50%.
Yeah, we definitely are in trouble.
This is how it ended up in 2020.
From both sides, we're in trouble. Just one side's a little more trouble.
I wanted to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something, though. Blue Earth County, okay? So this is a county that Trump is on top right now. Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you
Yeah,
county?
it's a good point too.
The coolest name in the entire country for a county. This is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach Walz is from. Right now, Republicans
it's like a catch-22.
Yeah.
It just goes to show when you talk about how Trump may or may not win this election. He's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95% of the vote in, he's overperforming there.
Damn.
So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now, so 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at those rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let's bring in NBC's
So 53% in Minnesota.
Area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say them, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call, but I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago at a news conference. He said that he believes
Too close to call, damn.
Trump has a, quote,
It's like 2%.
with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger. Of course, he is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic, but I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from
Yeah, you're not alone, Khalifi.
that Georgia kind of showed so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off.
Yeah, 100% Taoist. I think that would, if anyone did that, they would get the majority of the whole country immediately if they really showed that. But there's too much, I don't know, there's too much corruption.
When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said, looking at early voting, he was
I do like, I think someone mentioned it earlier, the Pete Buttigieg guy. I was just listening to him talk. I think he would be a very good candidate for president.
So several sources telling me they believe that early voting did make a difference, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much. I was going down, as we bring the panel back, I was going down the most important issues from the exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit poll,
Economy.
state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because
Yeah.
Republicans and Democrats see it differently.
I think that's global, right, Blue Dog? I mean, it seems like it's global, that issue.
Can we go over to Tommy Amos? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the
Here,
giant bubbles.
Linda's going to take over for a second. I'm going to jump out real quick.
The Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are
Scoot
going
in.
up the score.
Where you going?
Bases where they've been able to expand.
Spin your foot over.
I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County.
Wait,
bring it
what
out
do
to
you?
compare.
Oh, your leftovers? Your chicken
She
tendies?
wants to perform over where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where it is or higher. So let's see where we're at here.
You look so orange. Holy shit. I need a blood transfusion.
Move over to Gwinnett. It's a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We'll come to DeKalb here. A little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county. I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming. 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here. 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going except for that.
Why do I look so orange? Do I look like a Oompa Loompa?
Actually, any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go election alert.
Okay, where you have the closing at the top of the hour.
Yang, I agree with you.
Midnight in the East Coast. And
Michelle.
Results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now. So we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
It's definitely going to discourage people.
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, the NBC News now making a projection in the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4
What are you doing, kid?
Poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call.
Great. Sorry, hold on.
Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call.
This thing is echoing.
Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now.
What did I do?
West in Nevada.
I swear I didn't touch anything. Why do I look like I have jaundice? Oh my gosh. Switch. Every time you leave, it fucks up.
You haven't jumped it.
I know. They're making me conform. Someone said echoing again. I've never hated them color red so much. I agree.
We have called North Carolina. That was the first to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on Pennsylvania here. This is 2020.
Help us. Is it still echoing?
Still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of the section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties.
Let me know if it's still echoing, guys. Sorry.
Like Monroe, again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that. But he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, he's picked the winner of Pennsylvania. Going back
Maybe that'll help a little bit if I lower it.
Easton, this is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to
Maybe, let me see.
It's now changed.
Hello?
Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020.
Testing.
This is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in.
Sounds better.
There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes, so Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties.
Cancun cruise, that's hilarious. YouTube.
Around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's funny, Khalifi. That's my sister, Khalifi. My last name is Solitaire, too. That's a French name, by the way, Khalifi. Solitaire. Oh, it's echoing, but less. I think it's maybe when we talk too close to it.
Those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look
So
at
maybe just
Philadelphia.
say, like,
Okay,
yeah, it might be better
81
that way.
for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's
Can you
still
bring the
10%
charger?
of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that
Thanks.
Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot of time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fact alert, Door County has.
He takes pen, that's it, we're done.
The president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. The lighting is weird.
Door County's not a big county, but it's one that all the
I like a
watchers
Simpsons
look
character.
at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the
I can
statewide
change
race
the light
in
now.
Wisconsin. Right now, it's blue. That's
Thanks,
a great
Michelle.
sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned. Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here.
I almost got a stroke reading that.
2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in the cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee. Again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have
Sorry, it's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here, and I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better, and we're seeing it starting to see some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress, so it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching, and I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. you know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's
Yeah, a lot of people. Brian almost made bets just to try to cash out. I had to stop him.
Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, if there's been a realignment.
He's hiding them, Michelle. He's hiding in the hallway eating them.
Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue, and I mean that because they've only
Okay, Khalifi, this country, especially super conservatives, do not see him in office as a mistake. They still will bet that the 2020 election was his, and it was stolen from him.
It hasn't been sent, so that's I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years, but with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges, too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of
Michelle wants to see your attendees.
Cycle need to think about how to better
I
meet
hope
voters
so.
where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall, but the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tide race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after
I don't know where you're saying.
to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign.
I'm curious too, but not enough to
me, it seems
want that for us.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be, but if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different conversation.
I disagree with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
Right,
I do think
we'll have a little disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people do it right. Yeah.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about this now. But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging, cultural thing, and not actually a policy debate.
Okay, I'll give you that part of it.
Lightly dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there is sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing
handle me up. I think that's if it's super close, that's a more likely thing to happen. If it's a landslide, then I don't. And Kamala concedes, or like Trump concedes, which I don't think Trump would concede it even if he lost. But then they have to do all that stuff.
There's a chance we'll know by tomorrow. But if it takes a few weeks, that's if they want like a recount.
Yeah.
Which who knows? It's probably what's going to happen if Trump loses.
One of the most important moments in his campaign was, And he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview, and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago now.
Maybe the Joe Rogan endorsement did do something.
So fucking stupid of him.
America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered.
Yeah.
It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and
It's because I didn't give him any of the fries because they had like garlic on it. I didn't want to go.
So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here.
Yeah, Linda's been saying too that ever since Kamala took the kind of like the light, like the spotlight, Biden has been doing a lot better. Like it looks like mentally and physically because he's out of the spotlight.
He looks more human now with all that pressure off his shoulders.
Yeah, like he just went and he apologized to the indigenous community over there in Arizona, I believe it was. The timing is weird, honestly, but it is a good gesture. But the timing is horrible.
Sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours.
Jen, how important are notes like that, not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign?
Hugely important.
Still
I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns and losing ones. It feels better when you win. Just state the obvious. But, we can agree. But this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling,
but at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
But a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big
Sorry,
team
simply the
that's been
truth.
working
This is our first live stream, so we're getting used to like the audio and video and all this stuff. Sorry about that. No, he just said that the audio was low, so he turned it up and then it got really loud. Yeah.
There's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia.
Khalifi, I like the way you think. That's a great way to think. That's how I also think we should all think.
Wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this
Khalifi's been dropping bars tonight.
Because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed
He said,
support.
I see myself as a human before a holder of any flag. I just want a better world.
A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think
Khalifi been dropping them bars.
this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it. Chuck's talked about it. We've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a black woman president? And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you get it.
The piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is yet. But I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge
Yeah,
if Harris loses
JTH,
is that
it
there
does
will be
seem a
Democrats
little
who will
so.
not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready. With Barack Obama, there's a range of factors.
Yeah, like someone mentioned earlier, they think that there is like a. They asked genuinely if they think the USA is just not able to vote for like a woman right now because of how we look at that type of role.
It's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
I don't. There's zero case to vote against someone for them simply being a woman.
That she would be the president for all
let's use
Americans,
our
and that
brains
she
here.
is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be.
Yeah, and I think Blue Dog, I think our flag should be close to our heart. Also, like, I think it's a good thing to be proud of where you're from and everything.
And we're biggest patriot if Donald Trump loses this damn election. Before there was a switch at the top of the ticket.
Dress like an
and that is
eagle
actually how
and
Barack
raw in
Obama
everybody's
also
face.
ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the
Damn, yeah, California, of course. Landslide for Blue.
That may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that there will be there always leads to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman. All of these things.
It's like 7% in Michigan.
That play into the winner or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
Which one?
The education divides.
The education divides. There are just
It's close. It's close. Yeah, it's very close.
I'll give you something maybe
Yeah.
positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we were talking,
a lot of delusional hope right now.
You still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap. And
Khalifi, you have a really good way of thinking, but sadly, it's like it's hard to put into like when you're split up into societies. I feel like because everyone gets like a tribal mindset, and it's hard to think that way in the long term, like with everyone. But I think it's a good mindset to have.
If she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people in the Democratic bench.
We're not just politically divided.
Some of them were in the
No, you're good, Khalifi. I like what you be saying.
Who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big
Biden
questions.
should have never said he was going to run again. He should have never opened that can of worms.
What's up, Tom? How's it going? Nice to have you. From Vienna, Austria. Yeah, it is. Handle me up. It is. But that's like obviously like I think it's a good way to think, but it's just so hard to implement into society.
If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can
Get it going, Blue Dog.
are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question.
Yep, it's kind of like the saying, Khalifi, like when you're at the rock bottom, that's the only thing that you can. The only way to go is up from the very bottom. Yeah.
Person to person, the first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
We've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
Gotcha. Nice, Anthony. Simply the Truth UK. I feel like I've heard of that channel before.
Yeah, we wanted to do this on our other channel, but we couldn't.
Yeah, so I didn't realize it was my fault. I wasn't prepared enough, but we were gonna do this on our vlog channel. Um, but it says you have to wait 24 hours from requesting to do a live stream. So I didn't know that.
Excuse me. I'm fucking tired.
Damn, you bright and early up.
It's 5:20.
That's what we like to hear, Khalifa. That's what we like to hear.
There's another fucking hurricane. That's kind of very well.
But all you guys seem cool. If you guys vibe with us, then make sure to subscribe. And also our blog channel's in the description too. Just gotta throw it out there. I don't like plugging stuff, but I'll throw it out there like one time. I don't. I feel weird when I do that.
It's always funny though on this channel, if you guys watch, how Brian plugs it in the beginning. It's just so unnatural.
Thanks. Dude, I haven't had a game console since my dog pissed on it.
Your dog?
Our dog pissed on it.
And I bought him that console.
Yeah, but I've been wanting to play Grand Theft Auto for a while. No worries, Michelle. She said thanks for going live. Let me see. Let's look at this.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Now is real.
Now is constant. Future is now.
We're still 210 to 30.
Generation of now is NBC News Now.
Damn. All right, Anthony.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or missed parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number.
The road to
Donald Trump
270.
right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia.
Georgia is very close.
Close to call, a 118,000 vote difference.
Tom, I don't think that that's the case. I think that they really do only help the corporations and the wealthy, in my honest opinion. But I don't think the Democratic Party does a great job either, because it's the way our Congress is set up. I think that it's so hard to get anything to pass, even if you want to do something good.
Progress, they just see change when they hear progress here. A lot of this country is very comfortable in their,
about a quarter of the vote is in.
you know,
we can't really make
cushy
any
lives,
projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out.
Yeah,
But just
why
to
would
give
they
you an
disrupt
idea
that?
of
They
where
don't have
Biden
to.
was
They
in
don't really care if it comes
2020.
at other
Again, a lot of
people's
this vote is
expense.
out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68%.
I've lived in a city my entire life, so it's hard for me to empathize with people like that. But I can definitely see it from like outside.
Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where
Yeah.
Kamala Harris did that
end of
rally,
statement.
or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here.
Yeah.
Trump was at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and or I should say, yes, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a
I don't know.
county. Democrats
Handle
do
me up.
very
I think
well here.
it's just a lot of people. They are so desperate for like change, for like the better for everyone, that like they'll just kind of like latch on to anything that seems like something different.
Biden was at
even if it's not in their best
65, Harris
interest.
is at
But it sounds like it
56.9.
is.
I want to see some Trump
You just
barometers right now.
contradicted what I
Cass
said.
County, Trump's at 66%.
Because I literally said the opposite. I
4
said,
years ago, he was at
I feel like a
63.
lot
So
of red
again,
states
the story of Trump
particularly are so
overperforming in
opposed
those
to
rural
change
counties we're seeing as
because
well in
they're
Michigan.
pretty
Still, a lot of the vote
comfortable
is out.
in the
No, look, we still need
and they
half
don't
the
wanna
vote to come in.
disrupt their
Oh,
vote.
but yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm talking about like economically, like how they're going to actually give money to like the working class or lower class, things like that. That specifically, I think people want change.
Of the vote, and I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She
That's what I'm
appeared here
saying.
with Michelle Obama. It was the
So
Harrison.
like,
Michelle
if
Obama
someone
appears
who
only 13% of the vote in,
speaks
and
well
she's
to them and
slightly
hits their
underperforming.
trigger points
Guys,
really
a lot of
well,
vote is
they're
still
like,
out
oh
in
shit, that guy's
Michigan,
gonna
but the
change it.
trend lines
Yeah.
we've been seeing in
You know,
other
that's what I
states,
mean.
Yeah, that billionaire
we're
will
still
change
seeing in
it.
Michigan
Will
as
make
well.
my life easier
But again, I
somehow.
don't want to draw too much from
Yeah.
that because there's a lot of that.
But
vote that's out.
in the end, I don't think either party's gonna
Well,
do this like grand thing. But there is that whole thing where it's like, you know, progress is slow and it's like little changes at a time.
Somehow happens overnight.
Yeah, I do feel like that's the way it is,
And something we
100%.
haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering why we're gonna
That's
have
really good,
those
Khalifi.
votes from Wayne County,
That's good.
specifically Detroit, where I am right
You
now.
said
As
my
Tom just
parents were Muslim,
mentioning,
but
here's what we know
they
from
chose to give me an
officials.
education that offered me
Here
to
in
listen
Detroit,
and whenever I
city
wanted.
officials had expected around
Yeah,
midnight
I
that
feel like
the
perspective
poll
is something
tabulation
that
would be
is a
completed.
huge
So we
issue.
haven't received word that has been
Having the
finalized,
awareness
but
to
that was
know
the
that
estimate earlier in the evening. We know that
there's more
absentee
than just
ballots,
what you
around
grew up around,
95% of that had been
And nurturing that
pre-processed
in your children,
before
that's
election day. So the
unfortunately rare.
overwhelming
So
bulk
that's
of
awesome.
the absentee
Yeah.
ballots were ready to be
Tom, maybe it's just me not getting it, living in a country with universal healthcare and those perks. I'd never vote for a party looting the country since the 80s. Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. I agree with you. I think when the 80s came and Reagan came in, he was pretty much like turning our country into a corporation. And that was the start of where everything was pretty much corporations started to own, start to take over pretty much the whole country, I feel like, because now our whole country, like the food industry, all these other industries, only a few corporations own them, so we don't really get a lot of good options.
from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
They won control of the
All right,
Senate.
thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia,
We're
Ellison
fucked.
Barber is in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation, Blue Dog. Yeah, that is something that is difficult.
Election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156. 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points.
I think it's
above
highlighted
40% that he had in this
on
state
social media
back
and
in
other places.
2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing.
I'm sure it happens, but I
in
don't think it
Senate
happens to the
race, in
extent that everyone
gubernatorial
thinks it
race,
does.
And in the Secretary of State race, all of the
probably one of
candidates
those
he
rare
lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking.
It's just, it's hot.
Tonight,
The thing too that's hard about social media and all this stuff now is because people can get stuck in echo chambers about specific things and think that that's happening all over the place, when in reality it's it might not be happening barely at all.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were
Yeah,
supposed to
because
close.
I think they have a legal right to stay in line and vote, even if they're.
Hearing that there's a polling place, tribal
Yeah.
community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to.
Yeah, also Blue Dog, to your point, I don't think that it used to be such a topic that was talked about.
So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was
Yeah, exactly, Blue Dog. Yeah, that's what I mean. He said it's a minority, but just heard louder via the devil of social media. Yeah, exactly. And it's a very good running point.
Well, you have no good running points when your campaign is worrying about mothers killing their babies at 9 months, which does not happen, and teachers turning children into transgender kids, which does not happen. And if it did, it's the scale of it is so minuscule that it should not even be a talking point.
I'm sure it has happened, though.
That's what I said. The scale of that happening, yeah, but it's not enforced in education. Barely basic understanding of things is not even enforced in public education, let alone identity. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true, Khalifi. He said visibility is everything right now.
Yeah, it's such a bizarre talking point.
Where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass.
It just shows you don't have much to provide if you just want to instill fear.
Well, I just
people voting for you.
No, I just wish that here, I wish that people wanted to hear more about the policies and the specific things that the candidates were going to do to take action, like what their plans were or are to actually help people. If we cared more about that instead of just being like, you know, they're eating cats and dogs and they're doing this and they're doing that, it's like it'd be better. I think we'd be a lot more critical thinkers here in this country if that were the case.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida.
What's the word?
Will stand there.
We're like numb to anything shock factor now.
Also, Missouri,
nothing is
Nebraska. The referendums
are
still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
We've got a new guest on our panel. We've got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Lauder.
We love you too, Khalifi. I don't. Do you mean like you dislike what's happening with our country right now?
With us, Congressman, I have to ask you about.
No, Yasmin, I think she's saying how the talking point that they're having is like that they're influencing the kids to become trans. Like that's a huge
like their gender too.
Yeah, that's a huge Republican talking point right now, is that they're doing that in schools and they're teaching kids to like want to change their gender and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I don't have kids, but I don't really think that's happening. That, if anything.
I know it's not happening on a wide scale. For a fact.
Wide scale? No, not at all.
If there is like 1 or 2 teachers doing that, then that's unethical on their part, period. But I don't know. It's just a fear mongering. That's all it is.
Yeah, because it riles people up, especially parents.
And if a teacher who sees your child 6 hours a day is able to convince your child that they are a different gender identity than the one that they naturally feel they are, you're probably not a great parent, because you spend more time with that kid and you should have more of a relationship with that kid. In my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. It is a great talking point to get people upset.
Not my kid. You're not gonna try my kid gay.
Those are states where the Latino community.
Yeah,
are worried about having resources.
I know. I agree with that, Blue Dog. What you just said. Yeah, there's a huge pressure on kids nowadays, and I think especially like young women to have to live up to something.
Georgia, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin, but again, Donald Trump.
Yeah, there 1,000% is. I envy that you did not have phones.
Well, because our generation was like one of the last to grow up without.
Yeah, social media on your phone wasn't popular until we were both out of high school, which I'm so grateful for, because that would have destroyed my confidence, or what was left of it as a teenager. I can't believe the generations now have never existed without social media. Like Gen Alpha. That's scary to think about.
States as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
I'm getting a headache. Maybe that's projected.
It was only up by like 4 million votes.
I was gonna say,
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Handle me up. It's just I think it is just a huge talking point, but I don't know.
So just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm gaming
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
math.
here. I just want to make this very simple.
Is that as much of an issue in like do people talk about it in politics as much in like the UK and in other places in Europe, like where you guys are from? Because I feel like it's so prominent here as a topic, and I don't know if it is in other countries.
It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans.
I mean,
what the math changes
a
now
lot of
for
countries
Kamala
are
Harris, right?
pretty
Because now she no longer has a
bigoted
Sun
when
Belt
it comes
strategy.
to
She's lost
sexuality,
Georgia.
but
She's
then there's
lost
a lot
North
that are
Carolina.
super
If she wins
about it,
Nevada
too.
and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick
I
off
just think
two
it's
states
a waste of a
in the
talking
blue
point.
wall. She no longer has that path.
'Cause
Listen, if she wins,
you'd
the
have to
entire
put
blue
a
wall,
kid into
yes,
like a
she'll go
gay
back to the
cult
White House. That is
to
still
ensure that.
an option for her. Listen,
School is not going to do that for them. I
Michigan,
promise
and
you.
Pennsylvania, she has to win all three. But it
Okay,
looks
so
like
not
this
in
is the
Germany.
entire
Yeah.
game for her
No,
right now.
Tom, I meant like is it such a talking point in the wherever you guys are from about like gender identity and like turning the kids gay and trans and stuff like that? Like that's such a huge talking point here. Blue Dog getting old is hearing Nokia. I remember the Nokias too.
Turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on at this point where we are?
Damn, yeah.
It feels like 2016. Honestly, it feels like 2016.
Oh, nice. Not nice, but you
and
know, makes
Yeah.
sense.
The path becoming
Yeah,
smaller.
so it is just a lot. Yeah, it's such a huge like.
We saw a lot of enthusiasm
Honestly,
today.
when gay
so
marriage
it's
became
possible
legal,
you have
that was when
significant
Obama was in office,
election
right?
day voting that
I
could
remember
change
it
this,
being
but,
like the
what I've
biggest
noticed is
deal
just
that gay
county
people can
after
get
county
married.
in
And
Pennsylvania,
looking back,
he's
I'm
been
like,
overperforming, and that she's
I was
been
like a
underperforming
preteen, if not a
what
teenager,
Biden
when
and
that
Trump did in
happened.
2020. And
That's weird
you know, for
that it
Democrats, has to
barely
be worrisome.
was
What
legal
do you attribute that to?
that long
It's
ago.
ugly.
That's insane to me.
When you look at that,
And it's
they-
still
they-
on
they
ballots
can't
in
say
some
they
states
didn't
right
partner
now.
in
Isn't that
Pennsylvania,
crazy?
they did, you know, and they have this superior organization.
We're always living
most
in
analysts think.
the past
What do you
here.
think was the difference maker?
So Tom said, "Not in my circle. Either you're gay or not. It's not a choice or trans." Yeah, yeah. There's some people who argue like that you choose to be it or like they say, but I think you are like inherently whatever you are. Like I don't think it's you choose to be whatever it is.
That's with the victory of Jeff Fisher, the incumbent in Nebraska.
Fucking Khalifi.
The run for her money from an
He said, "Being in this chat, I feel like being here, you're influencing me."
either side, but it went down to the wire. But in the
Huh, Yasmin, that's
the
interesting.
Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control.
I feel like Germany would be pretty conservative. But I don't know. I guess depending where you're at. Maybe not Berlin. Berlin, I picture as like a party place where it's like a lot of young people. But I'm sure in other places it's more conservative.
Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House. especially if it
Fucking
is
Blue
former
Dog.
President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course. Those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it. Go the building.
Covers Capitol.
Now I know why you got the dog in your name.
Now, as the Republicans have control of the Senate, what we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan, we wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yes,
Wisconsin.
again, I think of all the outcomes that
Damn,
happened here
this
tonight,
is
was
wild.
The least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by
Wait,
incumbent Democrats, and the places
Khalifi.
where they were battling
Without, I know it could be like a really loaded question, but why do you think France is getting worse? In your opinion?
I do think perhaps the most
No, you're good, Blue Dog. It's fine. It's funny. Why do you think France is getting worse, Khalifi? I've never been and I want to go, but I just want your opinion.
The idea of 50 plus 1, they just wanted 51 seats to make sure
It still says 230 to 210. I don't know why they were saying over here.
legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall.
This is so funny, hanging out with our drunk friends across the world.
And seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because
That's
they had
interesting,
strong
Yasmin.
incumbents there,
Yeah.
or they had strong challengers.
Oh yeah, handle me up. That's very true. I remember that was there was a huge battle politically, right, to with the left and the right there.
Margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue
Is one of the big talking points in Europe also is it immigration? I just from videos I've seen, I feel like it is also a huge talking point in Europe is immigration.
But we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right
Interesting,
now.
Tom. So you guys have never changed that? That's never been like a discussion to change that after the 70s?
That there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House.
Yeah.
Until Trump got in office. Then Roe v. Wade got overturned.
So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator
Damn.
McConnell is stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the
Yeah,
bill.
so it
We
seems like
await
immigration is the biggest talking point in Europe.
Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have
Oh,
this way
so yeah,
of
France to
reshaping
3-month
themselves,
limit for
and
abortion.
it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided
Yeah.
he's not going to be.
I mean, that seems like a logical
will be more
reasoning.
in the form of Donald Trump, and if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the
Yep, I remember that. Blue dog.
because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time.
Abortion has been added recently as a constitutional right in France.
Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and
Well, Khalifi, there was a limit to how far you could get an abortion. I don't know exactly the time span, but yeah, there was.
He has such a
Yeah.
grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done, but he has
Yeah, and so after they overturned Roe v. Wade, there's been a lot more deaths in Texas especially because the doctors are afraid to treat the mothers that need the abortion.
Who have died who wanted their babies, who wanted to carry to full term, and something went wrong, and they couldn't get help, and they ended up dying. So at what point are you pro-life if you just lost a baby and mother, you know?
Oh, that goes back.
Sorry.
I don't know why it does it, guys. It's just like random that it starts echoing.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here.
Did it go away? I think it just randomly comes in and out. I don't know why.
In the promise of America.
Why am I so tired?
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Let me know if it went away, guys. Sorry, I don't really know why it's been happening. It's just been coming in and out, the echo. Not exactly sure why.
Tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
Was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really
striking if you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states,
blue wall
but
states.
again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, were really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in
that
our
will be
exit
under-
polls,
well, yes,
threat to democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, you know, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because
Exactly right.
for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, you know, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. It could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential. And it's really about the direction of the country.
I don't obviously, I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, you know, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that
At
campaign
least he
as
said
well
this is
with
the last time he'll run.
Governor Pence.
At least he said this is the last time he'll run.
It is. It
No,
reminds me of
if he
2016 in
wins
so
it,
many ways.
I think he
Because
said
of
it's the last
theory.
time.
It's not. You have to win WOW counties, or you have to be. He's
that power
used
when
the
that gets
McDonald's
to him.
reference because it's an iconic photo. He's supersized 2016.
I think it just
and
depends
said,
on how he
"I'm
does,
gonna
if he
grow
does
my
win right now."
rural numbers, and then I'm going to take him up in
It doesn't matter
another
how he
level
does.
even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, I think the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people.
Damn,
are
they're doing her
packing up
dirty
their
showing that.
all day
It's just like everyone left, and then on the right, it's all Trump people.
process, some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side,
Yeah, I think obviously a topic about immigration does open up the doors to be discriminate.
The race has not been called
Yeah.
yet, but they, like everyone else, watching some interesting
Remember when they
trend
could
lines.
just ask people
that
that
seem to be
they
pointing in that
just
direction.
suspected were
Take a break
immigrants
here.
for documentation?
Still, be with
That's
us,
fucked
and
up.
we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and
That's
down
not like a free
Michigan.
country. if you ask me.
For a while, you know, that
Hoax bomb threats made. Goddamn.
Weren't people like burning down ballot boxes last week?
Yeah.
What a great country we live in.
Trump wins North Carolina. Yeah. He might be the president. Still 230, 210. No. I hope I don't know if I was supposed to hit record.
Or like, how much later? Did you do that on the other one?
No. So it should still just have it.
Yeah, I think it just posted.
I believe so.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Yeah.
Come on, Sylvania, I'm waiting for you to make up your fucking mind.
I don't know, guys. I don't think she's gonna win. I don't think she's gonna win.
1 a.m. here in the East with another poll about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
We're covering not just the presidential
Damn, that guy's
race,
got a
though,
big
but
forehead.
also both houses of Congress just made a big call in the Senate.
That guy's got a big forehead.
On the balance of
That
power there,
guy has a big
Republicans
forehead.
have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is a significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I don't know, Anthony. I don't know because I don't live there, like what you're saying, but it's a big topic over here too, immigration. He's saying immigration, both legal and illegal, are the biggest concern we have here in the UK.
Such a fascinating one. Senator John Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks
I
like
do think
John
we need to have
Tester
regulation,
could
though,
potentially
of,
be
like,
poised for defeat.
becoming
We'll
a
have to
citizen.
see how that race goes.
Well, if they wouldn't make it so damn difficult.
Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey.
Yeah,
looking for
Pennsylvania.
a fourth
Can you hurry
term,
up? Can you count your votes a little quicker?
Backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching. And Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election, and then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question: will we see?
It's disconnected.
The tickets, but it just brings me right to Hallie. I think we were wondering if you might see,
thanks,
Trump
Michelle.
Slotkin in Michigan or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political
That's
era.
exactly right,
but we
because
might
people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies, it's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out tonight. We've got more ahead. Let's check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the East, that's the road to 270. The map filling out 6 of 7 battleground states have been called, and we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
I just know he's tired.
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016 a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you, in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C., they say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation...
That's what I'm worried about tomorrow. It's going to feel very eerie if this man wins.
From Jen O'Malley-Dillon, she is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign.
GM, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell at this point, but it looks like it.
Strong tomorrow, so that's effectively where things are at the end of the evening. But I got to tell you, Savannah,
yeah,
on a
Khalifi.
so many
Khalifi, I feel you, man. I'm too empathetic too. It gets the best of us because yeah.
It quickly appeared clear that, you know, despite her effort to
Someone
say
who calls
that
himself
we're not going
Matapasa.
they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't.
I'm
have
guessing
enough
it's like
people
a migrant who committed a really bad crime.
So many
That's what I'm
blank
guessing.
stares,
Let me say.
glum faces,
Or he
people,
said search
not so
Matapasa.
much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on, and some of the early numbers were out. They were cheering and waving those flags, but as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. Want to go over to Garrett Hague.
Damn, they're just like, come
in
on.
Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they are getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the streets. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Thanks, Khalifi. Yeah, I don't know GM. It's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now.
Okay, so she's gonna win New Mexico. That's 5 votes.
5% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270?
Yeah, I know, Anthony. There's gonna be, you know, bad people too, no matter what. But yeah, right, because he's talking about the migrant who's in the UK. I think in the UK it said, or
Northampton County. This is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs.
Yeah.
95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020, so Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch it.
They care that he's
Erie
comfortable
County.
saying
We
it,
haven't talked
and
enough
that's
about
who they
Erie
want
County
representing
tonight.
them.
This is one of those swing
It almost
counties
gives
that
them
we
the
watched
sense
in
of
Western PA.
superiority.
2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the
he's probably going to
get
get Pennsylvania.
Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in.
no, he's saying that's who he's talking about. Like, because he's saying there's an immigration problem.
We move down to Delco, 95% in.
Yeah, the migrant who is threatening these two guys' lives.
This is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at.
246.
Oh, we're so cooked. Oh my God.
Trump has flipped this right now. There's still
What did he
about
just
30%
flip?
of the vote is out. 69%.
Oh, Georgia, I think that's why. Yeah, so he got Georgia.
2020, Trump tonight with 50%. Still some vote to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania.
I don't know who you're talking about, Pluto.
If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in
You
other
better
states
get it,
as well.
girl.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
Oh, I was like, what?
Look at the counties that we walked you through, Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming, Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she
It
doesn't
is
win
the most
Pennsylvania,
helpless feeling
the other states
having
don't matter.
more than
If he
2
wins
brain cells.
Pennsylvania, he goes to the
Whether it's a call or not.
Well, it's because no one wants to actually look at policies and things that they want to do.
Does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah,
Enough times.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Where people should blindly give
They're
him
counting fast
their
in
vote.
Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget.
We are going to hear from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska.
Alaska's gonna go red.
Road to 270 stands
I
right
feel like
now.
Alaska's red like every
194 Trump,
election cycle.
Gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it.
The electoral college is so weird in my opinion. I feel like it's just so strange.
Of the vote in, same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. Yeah. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
The bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing...
Yeah, the electoral college is weird.
Is where Biden was in 2020. With
Wherever you guys are from, is it just like a majority vote and that's who wins? Like that kind of, it seems like it makes sense.
The biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%, but again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the WOW counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the WOW, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha.
You okay?
Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This
Got
is
it.
around Green Bay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
56%
Handle me up.
Trump overperforming
I feel like,
there.
yeah, it makes sense.
We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie, again, slightly overperforming. Guys, so as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers, 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's the one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 460.
I think the Republicans they won the Senate, I believe, already.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama.
Linda,
Mark Lauder remains with us.
did Republicans already win the Senate? Oh,
Trump.
yeah.
Have you both here. Jim,
Oof.
when you see those trends that Tom has been walking
Yeah, they
through,
did.
there's a consistent of underperformance. What does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me was President Obama's campaign. I was
That's a good
obsessed
point,
with
Handle Me Up.
County
You saw, look at the map the whole
where
time.
Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax.
But, you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania.
I'm not going to sleep tonight.
We're not sure there's enough out there.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. It looks like it's going to be decided pretty soon.
Has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what you see today?
I don't know. I don't. It is what it is. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in
What can we do about it?
Hillary, it started with Hillary. Biden
Oh my
did a little bit
gosh.
What can we do about it?
I feel like I'm in
What's happening tonight? The gender gap is there.
When I was a kid, America told me what was a dream.
The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding.
You and us both.
You guys have been talking about.
I feel like it really did start to happen around Reagan because it started to have like a huge wealth disparity between classes. Yeah, you should, Anthony. There's a lot of beautiful land over here, I will say.
He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby.
I mean, I understand that too, GM, but I think to myself, like, I don't want to leave it too because I would want to be part of a change here for the better, but it just seems like it's hard to get to that point.
And really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. You know, Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was been able to be as successful as he had by sticking his finger in the eye of the political establishment, of going where no other candidate could or had gone before.
What is true is Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense.
I agree with that, GM.
But clearly has worked tonight. And this is that was the story of 2016, and it is the story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there, and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of the super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, and it just as its name.
Oh man, when I watch stuff about our politics, I'm just like,
strategy all along had been
it's crazy, man.
Boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they
What's up, Penny?
don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has for a bit now.
Yeah, we do definitely want to go to the UK. That's somewhere we do want to go.
Who don't typically vote out to the polls, specifically with young.
What's so interesting because we heard anecdotally
It does, Penny.
Correspondence about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is we could call it the bro wall. You know, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the
I don't know, Handle. The thing is, I don't want to have to leave this place. I think the country's has a really cool. It has such potential to be an amazing place, but I feel like we can't collectively come together to get there.
I mean, we're fortunate enough to live in California, so most things will not personally affect us, but that's not the mindset we should have as citizens of a country. You should be voting for the greater
Lester,
good.
this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine
Okay,
the
so
right
Arizona
to
passed the right to
up
abortion.
the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment.
Thanks, Khalid. And yeah, Penny, I didn't either. Honestly, I expected it to be way more of a battle.
To do with immigration, and the thinking was that maybe that would turn out if people were.
Penny said I didn't expect it to go this way.
Maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot.
No, be so far apart. It's not close right now. Trump is pretty much ahead a lot.
"Quote unquote" ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things, electoral college votes yet, are blue states. So once those are done, which are going to be the last states that are counted, her polls are going to go up very quickly. So right now it's basically Pennsylvania we're waiting on.
Jim, it was
because she's getting Nevada, she's getting Arizona.
I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote because a lot of people
Not
thought,
bad.
well,
He's
that's
like
a risky
3% above.
strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
You know,
When Nikki
anyone
Haley
in
dropped out of the
Pennsylvania,
race, there was never
tell them get your ass to the polls if you have not voted.
Michigan is only 61. It's kind of a big gap, but still 86%. If she just so happens to take Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, obviously she'll win. But
Americans they were on the wrong track. This race was really close.
Arizona's so close.
Ever grow his
It is very close. It's
these
49.2 to 50%.
Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people
Yeah.
voted. They
Yeah.
were sitting out there.
100%.
Nikki, on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. 'Cause
Man,
this is,
Florida
to your
a
point,
lot.
we're gonna go
Texas
jack
a
up
lot, yeah.
Low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on Battleground, Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight.
Fucking
We have not
Khalifi.
gotten any
Yeah, I mean, Anthony, that's what I want. I want to stay here and try to change it, but I don't know.
Dearborn, Michigan. That is a community that has a large population of
I went to Australia. My sister that was in the chat earlier, she lived there in Queensland, and I went to go visit her, and it was cool. We went to Gold Coast, Surfers Paradise, and Brisbane.
At this point, this is not the complete.
Oh yeah, I went skydiving in Byron Bay.
Including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47%
My
of
back
the
of my
vote in
seat
Dearborn.
barfed on an
Vice
airplane.
President Harris has 27.5% of the
Sydney.
vote so far, and
Wait, who are you talking about, Yasmin? Do that many Americans really want the brainworm guy as Secretary of Health and Human Services? Who's the brainworm guy?
the Democratic primary, President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats.
Oh, you're talking about RFK.
Uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen
She's a French citizen. Oh, that's funny.
concerted effort to make
Oh, got it. Yeah, Brisbane was cool. It was like it seemed like a city party place type of thing.
Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks.
Nice.
We saw
I like
President
Spain
Trump
a
in
lot.
his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that
Yeah,
point,
RFK.
he
Yeah,
had a
I think a lot of
Muslim
people do
mayor,
actually like him.
Muslim-American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort.
I do
to
think
reach
he's
out
better
to
than
that
Trump too.
community. In fact, she had planned to
I
be
think
in
he's better than
Dearborn,
Trump, but
tonight, and
yeah, I
we
don't
have
know.
confirmation from
The
a group known
Republican
as Abandon Harris
nominee,
that,
because
she
then I
did
wouldn't feel
plan to
as
spend
nervous
the
right
night,
now.
the election night celebration with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up.
Yeah,
for
I didn't get
grabs.
to
It's
go
a
to
wake-up
Sydney or
call, and it
Melbourne
certainly seems at
when I
this
was there.
point, that the positions of both major party candidates.
Oh yeah, sorry. We did. Linda and I had a layover in Sydney, and that. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
During the, what is it called when they do all the lights? What the fuck is it called?
We were in Sydney, and they had all these like art. It was like art exhibits with like projections and lights everywhere. I forget the name of it, but it was really cool. Yeah.
Moving from too early to call to too close to call, and they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State.
That'd be a good idea, Penny. I have a so my I did the ancestry, and my two main bloodlines, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. They're from Spain and France. Those are my biggest ones. Like that's what makes up majority of me. And then like Native American is like 20%.
It was a 10-point split there.
Yeah,
And now we're
Indigenous
talking about
Americas,
2%
Mexico.
points
Yeah.
in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in, and those numbers.
Oh yeah, Vivid. That's what it was.
Vivid,
Yeah.
It was sick. We didn't even know. We just
ended up being there, and it was
Hell yeah.
Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there.
I mean, not too optimistic. I don't know. It's like it's. I think this might make us more divided, but I don't know. I hope it doesn't. I hope some miracle happens and we start to.
This will make us more divided no matter who wins. Because Trump has made so many people in this country being too comfortable being racist.
overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66.
People are not
But the
ashamed
big
to
story
say
for
they
me
voted
right
for
now,
him.
and a lot of the vote is out.
2016, people would be
Clark County,
afraid to
this
say
is
they voted for him.
three-quarters of Nevada right
Well, he
here.
created a huge cult following. It's a cult. I mean, it feels like a cult. I don't know.
Votes ahead of Republicans. Republicans will never catch up in Nevada.
And I wanna
Again,
like
there's a
him,
lot of vote
but
that's
I
still
just
out. We
can't.
can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes, so still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Want to go out to
Wait,
Steve
Penny.
Patterson.
I don't know if you know, but if I have a majority of like, say, like my ancestry is like French and Spaniard, does that mean I can get dual citizenship? Like, how can I prove that?
Without your ancestry.com.
I know, right? Yeah. Do I have to have like a family member or something that I can prove?
As you mentioned, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until it happened, which is why Tom Yamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately.
Yeah, I saw like the floods in Spain and everything happening. That's pretty crazy.
Came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had.
No, it was Spain, but I think French were helping.
Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of map, the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only two population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have
I don't
a
know.
good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. They're saying too close.
Huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings, and I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on.
I don't
in
know.
the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock.
What do you think?
3 o'clock
Oh, Blue
tonight
Dog
before
said.
we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is
He
going
said,
to go.
"Wow, comfortable being racist. This might sound racist, but is there a narrow line between being racist to extremism of a certain group? I don't care either way. I'm just saying."
Any word on whether we'll
Racist to
hear
call
from the
people
former
racist
president?
or be prejudiced against an extreme?
Yeah, I don't really understand the question, Blue Dog. Do you mean like, is there a narrow line between being racist to extremism of a certain group?
And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to
If you think I'm racist against an orange man, then guilty.
I don't know if that's what he means.
a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought it earlier today it would.
I don't know if I have the
It was his desire to speak tonight.
I don't know if I have the ancestor, like the papers and all that.
He makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music. Savannah, I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status
Damn,
quo
yeah, these
exists, he will not have been
the
called.
MAGA people are like, we got this
We will
shit.
recall that he declared victory
They're
in
partying.
2020 when in fact he lost, so we'll see what his verbiage
Really?
is here.
Victory sooner than it was, yeah. And then that's when he made it sound like, see, they stole our votes, they lied.
Shit.
Tonight, and some of them are saying you should be very aggressive.
I'd
you
be
should get
classified
out there
as already
and
told them
claim
right now.
victory if in fact you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says because
Yeah, I mean, Blue Dog, I think if what you mean is if like you're trying to be more cautious of just about like issues of immigration or other stuff like that, then I don't know. It's hard because I feel like it gets tossed around the word racist a little too much when some people aren't. They're just kind of being critical. Yeah, because I think like if you're being critical and you're just trying to. But if that's a focus on the report on, to deport you all. Oh, he's saying, is it really in the nation's interest to just like deport you all, type of thing? Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that's a good thing. That's not a good mindset to have.
Administration would never deport immigrants. ever. Like, especially the ones who provide for our country.
Yeah, I also think it's a tough thing.
Last time in his sorry, I'm tired. In his last presidency, they had them in cages at the border. That is evil. It's disgusting.
Unifying
Yeah.
message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are
The Democratic Party is
aware of the expectations of
yeah, they're not.
I think the thing that sucks is immigration it's a very good political talking point for both sides. So they want to keep it going as a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Raping and murdering and yeah. Yeah, I get you, Penny. $247, $214. Is that where Harris was at before? Wow, the first Asian American New Jersey senator? Wow. It's crazy. It's like being such a diverse country that it's taken so long for people to get in positions.
Every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicky Wynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around
Yeah, I mean, Anthony, I understand that too.
and what matters here
Like,
at home.
I don't think just because you think that way makes you a bad person or anything, but yeah.
What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on
Sit
NBC
here and mooch
News
off the
Network.
government. I could almost bet money that is not even 10% of them.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of like the trans issue. I think it's blown up more, but I don't know. Yeah. But I can't say for you guys because
Still get immigrants. Like,
All right, there's the road to 270.
I don't know.
Donald Trump inching
Yeah.
closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important.
still says too close to call.
Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
Damn, 93% though.
Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call.
What do you mean?
Wisconsin,
How are
another
you
key
reading that
battleground
far away?
state in play.
It's
Too
so
close
blurry.
to call there. 89%
No, it's not.
of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota.
75.
Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Damn.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in.
This is gonna be tough.
It's really tied up. It's pretty much
Wisconsin's
50-50 right now.
87%.
Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still
Michigan,
very
63%,
early. Maricopa County,
which is
60%
pretty far
of the
behind.
vote. This is sort of you want to win here to win the state.
Pennsylvania is
Harris
very
on top
close.
right now. We can compare Heard of 4 years ago, but again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County, but she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump county,
Yeah, Penny, I don't think, in my honest opinion, I don't think the tariff plan is going to pass through Congress.
35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we
But
can actually
I don't
move
know.
the state over here. I'm going to pop over all the red counties, and you can see how he's overperforming. 68. Now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75. He's at 76. We'll come over here to Navajo, 53. He's at 61 still. Half the votes out over there. Finally,
The EU is going to have to start its own military
so
industrial
you can
complex
see,
ASAP.
I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how much ahead Gallego is over Kerry Lake right here. So you could have that split ticket voter effect in Arizona happening right now. Again, Gallego's at 52%, Kerry Lake's at 46%. When we come back to the president's race, 50-49. So you can see what's happening there. We even heard Jen Psaki talking about this, right? There could be voters who, you know, the border's important to them, the economy's obviously important to them as well, and they could be picking
Yeah,
up the
I mean, that's also a good point.
Gallego for the Senate, guys.
I think the abortion ballot measure
And the
passed
abortion
as
ballot
well
measure,
in Arizona. So, you know, voters aren't always sticking to the categories people want to put them in. Can we see the Nevada Senate
I
race?
think we'll
So
see
if Gallego gets
We'll see.
Democratic seat, that's a hold for the Democrats, and Jackie Rose.
Steven said at least the Dems will have control of the House possibly.
Yeah, so look, this is neck and neck right now. And
Yeah.
Dems thought that they were going to have this, you know, this was a lean Democrat. They didn't think this was going to be a tough race for them. This is a little tough right now. But again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County.
When Biden won?
Let's see. We can see
The
how
House and the Senate were
compared
both
to
blue,
Biden.
right?
She's slightly
And
underperforming.
it still made it super hard to pass things.
There's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority of all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in. In Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state, neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on. You can check in on that, report back. Oh, no, look, you're so fast on that board now. What do you say?
Tim Sheehy, look at this. The incumbent John Tester is down. This was the most expensive Senate race, I think maybe ever, in Montana here. This was a huge fight, and we only have about 30% in, so we can't really draw too much from here. But we can see how, you know, this is a very red state. Trump was at 56. He's performing at 51 right now, so he's sort of underperforming. But look, it's still early in the night. There's 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is one we're going to be watching closer there's still a lot of counties that haven't even reported vote yet. So still very early in Montana, but the Republican, Tim Sheehy's on top.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. We're back with our panel now, along with our guests, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri, and Mark Lauder, Strategic Communications for the 2020 Trump campaign. Good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, you know, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh, boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier? And
no, obviously not. He's going to say too big to rig.
Incredibly divided. I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic
That sounds good, Khalifa. I hear that France has the best bread.
I'm a marauder. I'm a disruptor. I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Well, let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, you know, stretch one more question further, has he made the process more coarse in general?
Damn, yeah, that's a good point too, Penny.
Well, I think obviously he's.
I would watch Ukraine over the next couple of days after a Trump victory.
He speaks in his language, but I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was
That's
talking
what they were
about
writing.
that Democrats had made the decision.
You're reading it, say it
Like,
louder.
handle me up, said Linda is me right now.
I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016, and I thought actually he gave a much more.
I don't know, Anthony. I have mixed opinions on that, only because like I do think immigration is very important to mix culture and to have like things, but I do think it should be done within regulation, of course.
It'll be interesting to see
Pillage us.
his campaign theme.
Remember, we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fit.
Yeah. He said it. The commentary on the TV is like listening to a baseball game.
Right? So let's just
Yeah, 100% it is.
Some of the tone. Now we may see tonight.
That's what.
To make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps.
Yeah, look, just remember the guy who was obsessed with Diddy. We started this night from a long time ago. This night from a far, like long time ago. He's pretty much saying, look how far we came. Someone starting talking about with Diddy.
All of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it. Yes, he said, I
Is
am
it
going
in
to
jail or
deliver
not,
a
though? I
unifying
swear he
speech.
was in
And
jail.
it was
I honestly don't even know.
part of the speech, but then it quickly
Isn't
became
that Akon?
a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, there was, he had felt in the moment.
I think that's something that we don't discuss enough, Stephen. Like in a constructive conversation, I don't think we talk about that enough. Legal and illegal immigration. I think we need to discuss it in a way that's constructive for both sides and for us as a country, not just being like, you're against immigrants, so you're racist, or you're this. Like, I think we need to have a talk about it that's like constructive.
At Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it. But to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Who?
Well, and that
Yeah, I mean his thing where it's like, let's just deport everyone. Yeah. Fucking Blue Dog. Yeah, I mean,
Their papers here.
there it might be in.
It's not gonna happen. Like, stop saying those things. Like, it's bizarre to give votes off false promises, even though those promises are horrible.
The thing is, like, where we live specifically, I don't see it a lot. Maybe where you guys are, you do see like a ton of immigrants. I mean, like, I don't.
We see immigrants. We just don't know.
No, but I'm not seeing like how they're talking about it on social media and on the news and stuff. Like, I don't see it to that extent. I don't see it to that extent. But maybe like, yeah.
Weeks and days we've heard him talk about his political rivals as being the enemy from within. His vice president.
Oh, good luck. Handle me up to get ready for work. Have a good day. Have a good day.
Thanks for watching. Well, just to bring everybody up to date, 1:30 on the East Coast, and we are.
Damn, these are all
awaiting
still saying
Donald
too
Trump, who's
close.
expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike, the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump
Just
victory.
dancing.
This has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these
Bring it up the rear.
Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this.
Nothing.
But Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is
No, 'cause she said bringing up the
Harris
rear.
campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at
That's what she
in
said.
Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning.
Fucking Khalifa.
In a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his
Yeah,
remarks.
that's like international law, right? Isn't it, Blue Dog? I believe, like humanitarian law or something.
In West Palm, but we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
The asylum rule.
Because of the hour and also the motorcade. But we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark,
I believe so.
you were there. You know him. If you, let's just pretend he listens to his
We do when we
advisors.
want,
What
like
would
when
you
they want
advise him
to. Yeah.
say tonight?
I would I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take.
Yeah, it's a big gap in Michigan.
So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way.
She's probably going to get Minnesota, but if he gets these three.
Unless something strange happens between now and then, and she calls, they reach out. And
It is close,
so
but.
you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate.
And what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the
I don't know what the
center. He
ECHR
ran
is,
to the base,
Anthony.
And the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into in some of those other areas, but ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also, will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified.
What's up, Fraulein? And Art Monkey? I don't know. They're going to be mandated soon when he wins.
What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
He said, "Where's your MAGA hats at?"
You have what, 8 months to get something done before
European Court of Human Rights. Oh, got it.
No, I mean, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that's 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interest for their reelection, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember, when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three.
He did, huh?
And there was, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do.
I mean, I have a feeling that's how it's going to be if he wins right now. It's going to be the same thing. Nothing's going to get done. But that could be said for both ways.
Then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault.
Will be choosing
as opposed to his
possibly 3 Supreme Court members.
On the promises
That's
he's made.
fucking scary.
But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order, and I think he's got.
Yeah,
to
I agree,
do
Penny.
The tariffs.
Good vibes, no matter who wins.
He doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the line.
Yeah, look, my friends that are in Europe. You guys are our friends in Europe.
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very nervous.
It's true. Yeah.
And, so that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start
It's okay, Short
speculating
King.
too much. And part of me, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if
All right,
Donald
Blue
Trump wins
Dog.
another
Appreciate
term,
you.
if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes
Our dog
out,
is
but
snoring.
since
It's
you
so
brought it up,
funny.
Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight.
I don't know,
I'm
babe.
sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And then I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number. 2020, 27%.
Damn.
In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin. That
Yeah, the Latino margin. He got a huge Latino margin.
We're talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans, and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving, and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco, 62%, 61%.
Yeah. No, to Anthony, I think a lot of the UK does like Trump.
At the same mark as Biden.
Probably Australia too.
Philadelphia right now. This is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there, so she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was
Right.
Clinton County.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you're right.
I'm sorry. Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this was
Yeah, it did to a lot of other Latinos as well.
The only collar county Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue-collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better, in some of those rural places. He, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew out a very large African-American population and vote in the Philadelphia area. Yes, did well in the collar counties. But Biden really won it because of the collar counties, and that's what made his win in Pennsylvania so different.
Everyone's speechless here. I guess it really is 1:40 in the morning, except for they're not speechless. They're cheering there at Trump headquarters.
I think we can
at
go
West
there.
Palm. Yeah, I think we must be getting close to that moment with Donald Trump. His motorcade, we saw it coming, so I think...
Garrett Hake's
yeah.
there.
Yeah, he's there. We can listen to him and hear what the crowd is hearing.
That's hilarious, Khalifi.
Savannah, I can tell you right now, the anticipation far outpaces the available information about what Donald Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't get
I don't know, Frolin. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think I didn't never really liked both of our options, but I don't know. I lean more left in general, just with how I view for a country, but there's issues with both sides, so I don't know.
Tapping through my phone, we're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that is most countries' problem, is unifying everyone.
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point. Shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left. A matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday.
Linda's have no more energy.
But to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet.
We've been on for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
The information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them. A successful campaign.
Yeah, there's still so many people.
Type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel.
I mean, yeah, probably, yeah.
This location, not dissimilar.
I expected it to be a tighter battle.
Back in 2016, when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she
Yeah.
the next day ultimately.
No, I meant like no, it's not that tight. Like Trump is kind of like sweeping the places, babe.
They haven't finished showing the votes. The electoral college. Brian, these are
underperforming. Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now.
You have to remember how many electoral votes are already coming from California, from Oregon, Washington.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5.
But I don't think they included those, because those aren't 100%, are they?
Donald Trump, the projected winner.
Fucked.
And you can see
That's what I'm saying. So if he gets Pennsylvania, then he's already what? Pennsylvania is like 14 points or something like that. I can't remember.
District that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think
I expected her to get Wisconsin and Michigan.
I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand in the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
I know. Sorry, Anthony. We're not as we're not as deep as you. Damn. I mean, yeah, that's big of you, Blue Dog, to say. Even because it seems, yeah, you served, I guess, for 25 years, because you said or not served, but you worked in defense. I don't know specifically. He said, imagine how prosperous we'd be if we all participated in a civilized society and no need for the trillion spent on defense each year. Even though that gave me a 25-year career. Yeah, that's pretty big of you to say that, even though that you had a career in it too.
Well, I respect people who have served and come out with that.
Yeah, I agree. Because of our past, of what we've done. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead.
I don't think we're gonna have a final thing.
Getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage. It's nearly 2 a.m. in the East. We're looking
Yeah,
at the
100%.
scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, where supporters
Fucking Blue Dog, that's hilarious.
Trump are celebrating, early celebration. The race.
But yeah, I do know, like, war does go back to the very beginning of fucking everything.
So there is great excitement. Let me hand it over to Kristen Welker right now, who can talk about the other big headline of the night, and that's the balance of power.
Yeah, Lester, Republicans cheering for this as well, because NBC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look. You can see right there, 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins and the remaining
what up, Handel?
holding on to
Sorry.
Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but
Yeah, I don't think it does.
the case of Nevada, a tighter
U.S.
than
health
I
and
think
business
was
education.
expected.
Yeah, I do think too many things are considered a business and for profit. That ruins a lot of things because we don't think humanely and we don't put the people first.
Look, if former President Donald Trump does in fact
Thanks,
win
Penny.
the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, Republican, I just got a text from a source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations.
In the second administration, your thoughts 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage 2020.
I do feel like Trump avoiding the assassination attempts gave him a lot more like people were like, oh shit, this guy's crazy.
Crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers. And the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about. Young men, there's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC guy, out there with Donald Trump.
By the way, speaking of, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted or X'd or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here talking about children's health. He's big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. You saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket.
Oh, I'm Brian.
RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the
No worries, you're good. I'm horrible with names, too.
He was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor John Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump.
Oh, thanks, Khalifi. I appreciate that.
At Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance. And in fact, Trump campaign officials
Oh, that's
who are
sweet.
texting me
Thank
back
you.
have no guidance. So we're all in a bit
Thanks.
of a waiting period
Thanks,
here,
Khalifi.
for the former president to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race.
Some stations are already calling him the winner.
We have made NBC News not making any
Some stations are already calling him the winner.
Trump's thinking now that his audience here in
Yeah,
the
like
room
Mitchell sent to the family job.
he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was
Guys,
part
I
of the
still
sort of
have
core
hope.
group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening.
No, you're fine,
Everyone
Anthony.
who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who, in many cases, have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly.
The cash bar, god damn, Trump making that killing.
Ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time.
He said he looked like a Pokemon. He said he looked like a Pokemon.
Going to be a tie, and we've seen.
Which Pokemon, Khalifi?
Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that there, but for the grace of God, go I? Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems.
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump at a lot
What's up, Eldon? Yeah. I know, I feel you. Thanks for tuning in, though.
And they did get a little nervous, but their theory of the case was always
Just leave one of the things up like that so you can hear. No, but he said,
and I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers
Your
and
small
major
video.
donors
Oh,
basically saying,
I can
"See, we
change it.
told you so." I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep potentially.
Thanks,
of the
Khalifi, again. You didn't have to.
Their theory was
Thank you,
right.
Khalifi.
They have felt
Is that better,
minute by
Anthony?
minute,
I
hour
put
by
it on the
hour
top.
that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right, and we won't know till all the votes are counted. But certainly, it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:32 o'clock.
That's hilarious, Blue Dog.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. This network still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear? Who will be in his inner circle? And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail. His son-in-law,
Fucking Khalifi. He said you look like a weak Pokemon.
presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. Both Ivanka Trump
I think because he's saying because you look tired.
largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight if, in fact, he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may
Got it.
not
That
be
makes
part of
sense.
the family, but they
Thanks,
have not been
Anthony,
a
for the
presence
heads
in
up.
the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40
No, he was saying it's better to put our video up on top.
On the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean,
He's from France.
This is a moment.
Yeah.
The one thing I'd say about about that he would serve in the administration,
I don't know.
I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. The house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the
I think
entire
he will
thing.
put, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department? I mean,
Well, you're not-
yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which
he
he
would be.
himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads in
Well,
there.
I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say though is that when it comes to whether it's in the national security space, in the all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I mean, I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 6 o'clock p.m., 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017, and most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
You're taking
Talking about his
from
former
Congress.
chief of staff,
Correct.
Reince Priebus, yeah.
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so
Alexis,
many
or what?
people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks. All of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he'll make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road. Not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence
You're drunk at
set of policymakers.
what fucking time is it in Paris right now? Not Paris, but France.
The people who work under him leave and now speak ill of him. And
Thank you. That was really nice of you. Thank you.
Next cabinet.
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize
I know.
how to communicate with him and also
what
your role is. I mean, I think that's, and this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation. But there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
This is pity money because they know our next president.
You know, we have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it will be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his friends said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House I mean, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game
And
for him.
potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never
That's
had
wild.
that before, right? And we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark, too. So, listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over.
Yeah, I agree,
There's a lot of
Khalifi.
talk
Our dog
in
would have been
that
the best
document
president.
about getting rid of the so-called deep state, and because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key battlegrounds.
Yes, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front. Difference of 188,000 votes. 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska.
I was looking there going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to
already got
272,
called.
if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap.
Yep,
So a
Khalifi.
second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
Tom, to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they're going to do that at all.
And let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. In Maine. There's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind,
I think she'll concede.
Former Secretary of State
She'll probably concede. I don't see her like putting up a fight or doing anything like that.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe.
I think it could have been done better, Eldon. I think she could have been more personable and authentic.
Signal that she will address the country tomorrow, and they certainly
I
read the tea
mean,
leaves.
it felt scripted a lot.
And so, you know, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes.
Not be triggered in certain circumstances that people are trying to trigger her in and catch her looking different.
A concession
And
speech
she's,
at the beginning of
I feel like she's very sure of herself.
Think about that, and you have to ask that question.
From the interviews I've
Does
seen.
Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where the polls showed 49-49. I mean,
No, just that's not what I mean. I just mean like
you wouldn't be blamed for being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text.
to be in power.
Yours,
To be in power,
like
yeah.
that. There is a distinction.
Well, that's why that one dude was asking. He's like, do you think it's just because of like how the country is? Because a lot of other countries have already had like women leaders.
Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She was
Yeah, that's true too,
on
believe
the
me.
top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So it was a very different.
Because he was saying it was kind of rushed because Biden just kind of like set it back.
As the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of
They should have just
heir
figured it out.
At that point, yeah.
By the way, this is the
100%.
first straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties, and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you
Yeah, of
have
course.
memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, and it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone...
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, Anthony. I mean, I hope we come together as a country on things, no matter what.
Supreme Court issued a ruling
100%.
granting him immunity from all official acts.
Sorry.
Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing three.
I mean, he's pretty much going to.
And was also convicted.
He's got a
November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of.
But I don't think it was by this much.
There are two state cases. The sentencing case, the sentencing is in the New York State case, and then there are two federal cases which will functionally disappear.
Go away.
I mean, they'll go away if he took office and they were still going. He could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free
Yeah,
all of the
me too,
January
Khalifi. I'm ready for the politics shit to be over.
functionally, and he'll fire Jack Smith on day one, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day one. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's interesting.
Very clear.
Think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date before him, whether he just tables it or But in any event.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out
It could. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. So he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants.
I see you have
so it wouldn't be surprising.
Your court TV hat back on here.
I know. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that
Why are they saying 194?
At least one other network has.
This is over here, like
and,
214.
the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions. So they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, I know.
Barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, it's sort of all over. But the voting, we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes. But I can guarantee you Donald Trump is it. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump administration.
There's another piece of history that if this goes
That's why I
away,
think
then it
Elon
seems
was so
like
happy
we go
about
here
it,
and
so he could have like power in
270
government
votes. He would
if
be
Trump
the
wins.
oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Hank. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Then we just a moment ago
I get
saw
you, Cliff.
staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains ambiguous.
They're probably making sure not to come out too early.
We're left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us, knows this. Mitch McConnell will not be in Senate leadership anymore. I remember in 2017 when Kristen and I were, newly minted White House, or you were a White House correspondent, I came on board. There's a lot of discussion about the Republican establishment and Donald Trump, and would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way,
another
or anything
Brian.
surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're
Dude, Anthony, I just actually downloaded OBS, and it's working well.
These are people
That's what I'm using right now.
have run campaigns that are in the same vein
He's
as the
asking
type
what
of
software
campaign
this
that
is.
Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan, who at a certain point in his career attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment. Maybe he thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that his seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he could to make himself in the MAGA mold. And now he's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this new group of senators. We haven't called that.
Yeah, I'm just peeking and leading by a little bit. too close to call.
Great.
Well, I mean, you look at Senator Marco Rubio, who I just saw there. I mean, all of these former opponents, it's either get on board or get run over. And, you know,
Get on board or get run over.
That's kind of the way that it's been, and many of them have. I mean, former
Cruz
Trump
is an
critics, I might mention J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic who is about to be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and
but I'm pretty sure
people with
it's
a lot of
over.
influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis.
We won't know
And
officially
they talk
till at
about
least
how
tomorrow,
maybe
if
they
not
don't
the
like
next day.
necessarily Donald Trump's personality or
But,
the
I mean-
bed
or the
and
way he
hope
talks
that
about
this was a
people. But
nightmare
they also
and
realize
none of this
that,
is real.
and what is clearly
Yeah,
evident
I'm done
tonight,
with
that he has
dicks.
captured
I'm
the pulse
exhausted and
of at least half of the
Sorry,
American
guys. I know a lot of you are coming from other places around the world where you're just waking up, but we gotta go to bed because we got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow.
Republican, or you can get on board.
But you guys should stay watching the what channel? What NBC?
Yeah, it's a
translate into some sort
NBC News is where it's on.
You know, they're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good.
But I think we're gonna sign off, everyone. So we appreciate you all. Thank you.
Entity you believe in. You got witchcraft? Do it.
Thanks, Khalifi and
But then you got to find the money
Handle for
elsewhere.
the donations. We really appreciate it.
Budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect
Good
on
night.
the history
Love
of
you
this
all.
moment,